Yes, good afternoon, and today we are starting our new paper, that is paper number 8, Cost Accounting. So, yes, I am Rastrith. So, few would be knowing me already because I have handled management accounting, right? How many of you are there? Great. So now I will be handling this particular paper, cost accounting, which is full 100 marks paper in the particular group. So yes, I don't think so I have to explain you about the paper pattern, right? It is 30 plus 70. 30 is nothing but 15 into 2 MCQs, where it's compulsory and very easy to score. Whereas the other 70 marks is your descriptive, right? 14 marks each, 7 questions will be there. In that you have to attend any 5, right? Any 5. So that is the case there. More about that particular things we'll be studying once we proceed with this particular subject. So talking about the materials, what and all will be shared. One, right now we will be shared with the one study material, yes, and one more revision notes and one question bank. Whereas question bank will be consisting of the study material questions as well as past year paper questions as well as MTP questions. So for whatever is there, all those things will be covered, and that will be the study material which will be, question bank which will be shared with you guys. Done. So how many days this particular subject would run, sir? You can say around 100 hours. 100 to 110 hours. So every day class starts at 2:30, goes up to 7:30. A few days here and there, if at all we are in between some sums and all. Okay, that should not be the problem to you guys. Great. And what to expect from the class? Very simple. 100% of the syllabus will be covered, no doubt in that. Along with that, all the PYP, MTP, because we feel it's very important these days as the institute is following the same pattern. Okay, so that is the case. And what you expect from us, sir? Very simple. I want your regular attendance. Yes, because you paid for it. So please make it proper utilization rather than, there is nothing to say because 5 days, 6 days face to face, then straight away online, and online to slowly recording to skip. Okay, so please don't fall under that category because we have seen many, right? And after 1 or 2 years they will regret. That should not be the case. So please maintain your attendance, regularly attend the classes. It's not about the your smartness. All those things are going to matter in the examination to 100% extent. It's all about your hard work and your consistency. If you are not ready to put that hard work and consistency, then I can straight away tell on your face only, you are in the wrong course. Any Indian courses don't allow you that flexibility. And I agree, you guys are having the flexibility, no doubt in that, but that flexibility is given for the purpose of, some emergencies, all those things, not for the purpose of your comfort zone. For example, why we are giving recorded backup? In case if you guys won't be able to attend the classes due to some genuine reasons which are unavoidable, then you can complete those recorded classes. Recorded classes are not given to make you guys, lazy there. Today I am not feeling like getting up. Oh my God, it's already 12 p.m. Yes, classes are going to start in the afternoon. Let me sleep for a while. Sleep. So that is the case, because that happens in the many cases where, it starts with that. Slowly it tends to online classes. Slowly it tends to online classes, sleeping on the bed and watching. Then slowly it will be recorded classes. Then slowly it will shift to, come friend, no, these many benches are free. Slowly it will shift to recorded classes. From recorded classes to, it will be next attempt. Okay. So don't be that. Because see, sir, we have bought recorded classes only. Then you are serious about it and you bought it. If you have taken your live classes, that means you wanted to attend live. Now you are going to recording means it's not due to, you are comfortable there or something. Your body is telling, boss, you are comfortable there. I will get good rest. No one is there to track and all. So chill. That should not be the case. Okay. Now only I am telling that because we have seen enough. So please be regular to the class. Okay. And again, homeworks. I don't care, college, all those nonsense things. Homework should be there. Yes. I mean, for few students already who attended MA, they would have given you some heads up. Yes. But if not, I am telling now. You ask them how many of them went out earlier for not doing the homework. Okay. I mean, simple homeworks you have to do. Otherwise, if everything is done in the class, then what is the point, right? So few homeworks will be there, no doubt in that. I expect you guys to do that, and whenever the test is there, we expect you guys to attend, because if you don't give that reality check once in a while, then the reality check will be there in the examination, which will be too late, or it will become like a test for next examination. Simple. These are the reality things which sounds harsh, but we have to accept, right? These are the cases. And yes, please be there on time in the class. And yes, if I am not wrong, no one is like small kid here, like 8 months, 9 months, 1 year. No, right? That means you can control going to washroom in between the class. Yes. So whenever the concepts are going on, whenever we are solving something, please avoid going to washroom in between. Yes. So that is the case. If at all knows or I can't control, I have to go in between. I mean, one question is done. Then before I start the next question, you just go and come. Okay. But please make sure you won't get up and go in between. The reason is very simple. When you go and come in the 2 minutes, I might say something important, some important adjustments. Then you might miss it out, right? For that purpose, you have to go and watch the recordings again. And one more thing, very bad habit we have noticed, a face-to-face full zone out. Because recorded access is there, no? Guys, remember, any class you should watch only once. After that, it should be your, workings, your practice, your learning. It should not be that I will watch the classes 10 times. You watch 20 times also without you putting that work. If you go to write examination, you can't clear. Because the pen won't move. Because you have just listened to classes, you never practiced. So that should not be the case. So if at all you are planning for all those things, stop it. Or if you are doing that, now only you stop it. Here you are there for 5 hours to study. Please concentrate on that. Don't get zoned out. Great. Okay. And talking about the break, In between, there will be 30 minutes break. Yes, no compromise in that. Proper 30 minutes you will get. What is the timing? 4:30 na? You tell, whatever the time you guys say. 4:45 to 5:15. Great. Everyone are okay with that? Yes. But I am not okay. Break will be after 5. Yes, first slot will run to 2.5 hours, no doubt in that. Latest could be 4:45. 4:55, not 45. And proper half an hour break. That nonsense rounding off and all won't be there in my class. Yes, if I give it 4:58, I expect you to be there in the class at 5:28. So 2 minutes, no 30, that thing, no. Because that's all the psychological things you would have already noticed. When you sit to study, let's say you see the time, okay, it's already 7:55, let me start from 8. Now if the time is 8 to, we don't start studying. We'll postpone it to 8:15. Why 8 to is not a good time? Our brain is saying, no, round it off. So I just want you guys to come out of that. All the time is good time only. There is nothing that you should start at round figure, you should end at round figure. Nothing. So my break will be of 30 minutes. Okay. That is the case. And what else? I expect you guys to maintain the notes. Yes. Notes of your own. And I expect you guys to write or solve along with me when I am solving. And if at all anyone is using or bought unruled notebooks, my suggestion is go for the ruled notebooks, because in the examination it will be ruled notebooks. If at all anyone is into too much of this aesthetics and got spiral bind, remember one proper rain of Bangalore would spoil your notebooks completely. Pages will be there in your hand. 1. So avoid using spiral bind notebooks. If at all anyone don't have notebooks only, so I am continuing from the previous classes. Which was the previous class? Direct tax. Don't even dare to do that. Okay. These and all are very specific. Okay. These are the cases. So what else you want to know? And don't use gel pen. Use ball pen, because in examination you should use ball pen. And whatever the pen you are planning to carry to examination, same pen please start using in the class. I mean same pen in the sense, need not be same particular pen, same brand, same model pen. For example, if your guys are using Hauser, use Hauser throughout. Because you know all these biggest cricket players and all. Yes. Virat, you know Virat? By any chance you know? Yeah, definitely you know. Have you seen Virat carrying a new bat for each and every match? Yes, sir. Can he afford new bat every single match he plays? Can he afford a new bat for each and every ball he plays? Still, will he do that? Why? Practice. Because he practiced in that particular bat. That bat he won't feel like one more burden there. If it's anything new, automatically we will be concentrating on that a bit more, right? So that should not be the case. So whatever the pen you are planning to use in examination, use the same thing in the class. Okay? Don't be that medical representatives. One Dolo 650. Next day morning, some painkiller tablet. All those pen you will use. No, don't do that. Okay? Stick to one particular pen. And talking about calculators, hope everyone carried your calculators. If not, you have around 23 hours more. Please make sure tomorrow onwards you get it to the class. Okay? Because without calculator, nothing works. Or you should be very good at this. Abacus. So these are the few things. And calculators, please don't bring scientific calculators as if you guys are scientists. normal calculator, 5 function calculators. And recommended calculator is Casio MJ12D. 120D, if at all anyone is using, it's advised not to, if possible, change it. Otherwise, just pray to God and go to examination that they should not stop you from using that particular calculator. Because there are few instances where students have been stopped from using that calculator in the examination. And are they wrong, sir? The answer is of course no. Because what institute says, 5 to 7 function calculators, your GST plus, GST minus, all those nonsense things are not covered in that. Okay, so it's advised to go for that. No sir, I'm using RPAT, go for it, absolutely fine. RBIT, go for it, absolutely fine. Player, all those things are fine. But if you haven't bought it yet, my recommendation is Casio MJ12D, because it's a good investment upon that. Whatever I bought in my 11th and 12th, I used in 11th and 12th. I completed my CA foundation. I completed my CA Inter. I completed my CA finals. Now my dad is using that. Still calculator is intact. So the quality is good. So durability is good. So you can go for it. Okay. And talking about myself, Rastrith. Okay. What is it? Rastrith. Not Rastrith. Not ostrich. Hey. With this height, what ostrich, sir? Okay. So, sir, in which language we can speak with you? You can talk to me in Kannada. I'm from Chikmagalur, so I know Kannada very well. And you can talk to me in English. And if you are not from the Hindi speaking mother tongue or so, then we are in the same boat. Broken Hindi works. Yes. And if you are into, like if your mother tongue is Tamil and all, I started understanding these days to some extent. Understanding. You can ask it, but reply you can expect only in English. Okay. That is the case. So classes will be in which language, sir? 100% English. Okay. So that's all, yeah. For the time being, yeah. Now talking about the subject. Guys, we have 6 modules, or you can call it as 6 different sections. And first one is Introduction to Cost Accounting. All these basic things will be taken care here. Also one major unit is there called Cost Sheet. Followed by module 2, we have material cost, employee cost, direct expense and overhead, and cost accounting standards. We have cost bookkeeping. We have in that we have non-integrated, integrated, reconciliation, and we have different methods of costing like job costing, batch costing, contract costing, process costing, and operating costing, which is also known as service costing, where only 3 types of services are covered in that: transportation, healthcare, hotel. And module 6 is very important, that is marginal costing, standard costing, budget and budgetary control. Yes, these are the things. And so what is the order of study, sir? First we'll be going through the basics. Yes, of course, basics we are not going to go through that full completely. Whatever is required as a basics, that one I am going through, because anyhow in all other subjects, I mean all other all other chapters, these basics are covered once again in a in-depth manner wherever it is necessary. So let's not waste time on that in the beginning. Yes, so whatever the basics required, we'll be doing that, followed by cost sheet. Yes, then we can go to budget and budgetary control. Okay, budget and budgetary control, followed by service costing, followed by service costing. First three we are going to take this. Then again we can go to material, labor, overhead, followed by job costing, like that. Anyhow, I will tell you guys when and where the chapters are going to start. Okay, that particular order, all those things I will tell it in a later part. Done. So anything else you guys want to know about the class? Feel free to ask. If nothing, we can start with our first chapter. Online guys? Yes. Great. Proceed. Okay. And yeah, talking about attendance. When to show the attendance? Sorry? Good. Smart people. Please, online guys, don't ask, sir, I have to go there, I have to go here, show the attendance and all. I will show when I want. Now, starting with the first chapter, let's discuss few basic things. Guys, can you tell me what do you mean by cost? Forget about cost accounting, all those things. First, tell me the meaning of cost. What could be the definition of cost? Have you come across this word cost in day-to-day life? Yes. What do you mean by that? Value of the product is cost. Okay. Expenditures are called as cost. Done. Anything spent before sale. Okay. Anything, whatever we spent on particular product before selling it. Okay. Is selling price and cost are same? Why? Yes. See, very simple. Cost is nothing but whatever you have given up. The resource, whatever you have given up, no, the value of that resource given up to get one more product. For example, now I want to buy mobile. Now let's say I have given 20,000 rupees for that mobile phone. Now the 20,000 what I have given up to acquire that particular mobile phone, that particular 20,000 only we call it as cost. Here you would have spent some 50-60k. Now whatever the 50-60k you spent here to get the classes, that only we call it as cost. For you guys, let's say 60k is a cost. For us, is 60k cost? For us, 60k is not cost. For us, 60k is selling price. So always remember, someone's selling price could be someone's cost. So now here cost accounting, we are thinking not from the point of view of customer. We are thinking from the point of view of the person who is providing that service, who is producing that goods, who is selling those goods. Okay. So that thing you have to make it clear in your mind. We are not thinking from the point of view of customers. We are thinking from the point of view of the manufacturer, the service provider. Got it? Because my selling price could be their cost. My selling price is not my cost. My selling price includes my cost as well as profit. My selling price includes my cost as well as profit. Now the cost is whatever we have given up to provide that service, to produce that goods. that particular expenditure, that only we call it as what? Cost. Got it? Now tell me, let's say ArivuPro. Okay. What and all will be the cost to provide the classes here? As if you guys haven't calculated it in your calculator in the first week. Macha, number of students this multiply with fees. This faculty could be getting this much, this faculty this much, this faculty this much, this faculty Malleshwaram rent would be this much. Hey, this much profit. In school only we didn't leave. Correct, no? Calculator, first calculation was that I feel. Yeah, then what are the costs? What could be the cost here? Electricity, furniture. What furniture full is our cost for this particular batch? No, then depreciation of that furniture. Okay. AC what? Depreciation on AC. Faculty cost. Depreciation of faculty? No. Rent, maintenance, salary to other staff, marketing. What else? Stationaries. Okay. Maintenance. Yes, madam. Okay. Depreciation of gadgets, softwares. Okay. What license? Okay. Licensing activities done. License. Okay. Done. Registration, all this statutory compliance things. Okay. Every day after class, are you guys getting access to the recorded sessions from where you are getting? Through app you are getting, no? Laptop. Wow. We are coming and giving pen drive there. You watch. So that software expenses, yes. Technical charges, all those things will be there. Yes. All these are the cost. Along with that, 100 plus other cost will be there. Right. Now all these together, we are going to call it as what? Cost of providing service to this particular batch. Tell me one thing. Without recording all these things, can we keep track of all these things? Can we? No. That's why we have to record this. No. The process of recording all these things, that only we call it as cost accounting. That only we call it as what? Cost accounting. And remember one more thing here. When we record all these things, why we are doing that? To find out the cost of this particular service offered, right? To find out the cost of this particular service offered, that particular activity, that particular process, that only we call it as costing. That we call it as what? Costing. So listen guys, whatever we have spent, whatever the expenditure we have incurred to provide the service or to produce the product, that thing we call it as cost. That expenditure, what we call it as? Cost. The process of recording all those costs in one single place, that particular process, what we call it as? Cost accounting. And using that cost accounting information, determining the cost of the particular product or determining the cost of the particular service what we have provided, that particular process, what we call it as? Costing. Got it? So we have different types of costing. If you are in a service industry, we call it as service costing. If at all your product goes through many process, we call it as process costing. If at all the production is done in batches, there we are going to apply batch costing. If the business is of the nature of the contract, there it will be contract costing. And if at all, let's say it is based on the customer specification, customer to customer to customer, the specification changes, that kind of costing we call it as job costing. Okay, like this we have different methods of costing that we have a separate unit only going forward. There we are going to see that. There we are going to see that. You don't have to worry about it. Now, fine, but why we want to do that? Recording all the cost and all, is it easy or no? It's not. But still, if you want to do that, why you want to do that? Why? What are the objectives of cost accounting? Why? Just now we discussed, no? Sorry? To ascertain the cost of production. Using that ascertained cost of production, we can determine how much should be my selling price. Because I know my cost, I know how much profit to make. So using that, we'll find out what? Selling price, and it will help in cost control and cost reduction. Guys, is cost control and cost reduction same or is it different? How? How it is different? Okay. So cost control is more of making sure it won't go beyond our estimated level or established standard. For example, my expenses should not exceed 15,000. Now, maintaining my expense every month well within that 15,000, that we call it as cost control. Trying to make sure the cost is well within the established limit. Whereas cost reduction is of making sure how to reduce the cost as much as possible. Okay, this year we thought our cost would be 15k. Thinking, can we bring it further down to 14k? Can we bring it down further to 13k, 12k, like that? So always remember, cost control as an end. Once you are able to make sure it is well within 15k, you don't have to proceed more, right? You don't have to worry at all. But your cost reduction don't have any visible end. This year, if at all I made that my cost was 15k, next time I will try to make sure that it is well within 14k. Next time I will try to make sure that it is well within 13k, right? These are the differences in your cost control and cost reduction. More about it, we will see it in a later part. And you can analyze the profitability because you know the sale of the different division, different activity. And when you know the cost of the different division, different activity, you can analyze the profitability also. And when you think the wastage and inefficiency will be more, when you don't have track of it or when you have track of it? When you don't have track of it. For example, now we are having some money in our account. If we don't keep track of it, we keep spending till we get that notification, insufficient balance, right? Then only we realize, oh, all money is gone. So remember, if at all you keep track of it day to day basis, there the inefficiency, there the wastage will be less. If you don't keep the track of the cost, then it will be high. And any decision, whatever the management wants to take, they want clear idea about what are those costs, all those things. Okay. So based on that, relevant cost, irrelevant cost, etc., we are going to take the decision. More about it, decision making and all, we are going to study in marginal costing. All these things will be there for theory as well as your MCQs. Very important. You have to give all these things one reading. Okay. Now listen. Type of cost. You can say historical cost, economic cost. What do you mean by historical cost, guys? Cost which is already incurred, sunk cost. You can't change it. It's already done. It's already incurred. Whereas economic cost means what you call it as opportunity cost. That is, actually you didn't incur, but which is very important for decision making. For example, let's say this building of ArivuPro. This building of ArivuPro, tell me, we have two choices. Choice number one, run the academy. Choice number two, rent it out. Now let's say if we run the academy, can we rent it out? No. If we rent it out, can we run the academy? Now, to run the academy or not to run the academy, whether this particular rent what I am going to lose because of running the academy, is it going to matter or not going to matter? It's going to matter. So that cost now we call it as economic cost. Also called as opportunity cost. So other cost classification, you can call something as a sunk cost. What is this sunk cost? Sunk cost, we also call it as irrelevant cost. We also call it as committed cost. What do we call it as? Irrelevant cost or committed cost. What do you mean by this? How? No, what do you mean by irrelevant cost? Based on that, decision may change. That is irrelevant or relevant? Relevant. Based on that, decisions won't change. That is irrelevant. Can you give some examples? Can you, okay, is it relevant or irrelevant? I want example for irrelevant. Okay. If you are not running the academy, why you would buy the sofa? Okay. See, for example, in simple, have you guys already paid a fees? Okay, we have already paid a fees. Tomorrow, you are thinking whether should I come to class or should I attend online? Okay, now let's say bus charge is 100 rupees. And you already paid a fees of 60,000 rupees. Now, tomorrow to come to class or not to come to class, whether that 60,000 you are going to consider. To decide whether to come to class or not come to class, whether you are going to consider that 60,000. No, because you come to class, you don't come to class, anyhow that is sunk, right? That is already committed. You have already given. Will you consider that 100 rupees or no? Now let's say tomorrow ArivuPro people will say 4 hours of Onam celebration, 1 hour of classes. 4 hours of Onam celebration, 1 hour of classes. Now to whether to attend that 1 hour online or whether to attend that 1 hour offline, whether you will consider that particular 100 rupees bus charge, of course yes, we'll consider whether it's worth going for that 1 hour by spending my 100 rupees. But at the same time, do you consider whatever the fees you already paid 60,000 rupees? No. Why? Because you go or you don't go, end of the day that is already paid. That has nothing to do. Now that 60,000 fees, whatever you already paid, no. that we call it as sunk cost. That we call it as sunk cost. Hope it is clear. What do you mean by imputed cost? Imputed cost is nothing but again your opportunity cost only. That is only known as imputed cost, economic cost, all those things. Relevant cost, I already told you. Avoidable cost and unavoidable cost. What do you mean by avoidable cost? The cost which you can avoid it. The cost which you cannot avoid it in your course of business. Those costs we call it as unavoidable cost. For example, let's say you got your vehicle registered. You bought a new vehicle. Now you have to pay road tax, all those things. Can you avoid it? No. Now those things will become unavoidable cost. Meanwhile, you are going to somewhere without helmet. Your hair will fall, if you wear helmet. Yes. So you're going somewhere without helmet. Now because of that, traffic police caught you and they put the penalty of 1000 rupees. Now tell me whether that 1000 rupees is controllable or uncontrollable? Controllable. I mean avoidable. Right? So these are your avoidable, unavoidable. Relevant cost is nothing but that existing cost, the existence of that cost is going to make a difference in your decision. For example, in that bus example, which I told 100 rupees. Now, if you go there, you will incur it. If you don't go, you won't incur that. Now, that particular cost which has impact on your decision making, those costs together we call it as relevant cost. The cost which will impact in your decision making, those costs, what we call it as, guys? Relevant cost. Got it? Controllable or non-controllable cost are those costs which are in the control of the management or which are not in the control of the management. For example, let's say ArivuPro, Malleshwaram branch people. Now Malleshwaram branch people are incurring some expense. Is it in the control of Malleshwaram branch, or let's say tomorrow we plan to celebrate Onam. Now tell me one thing. When we plan to celebrate Onam, Malleshwaram branch people decided that let's spend 10,000 on that. Now spending the 10,000 or not spending the 10,000, is it relevant or is it controllable by the Malleshwaram people or no? It can be controlled by this particular branch. Now in the head office, now they decided to celebrate. In Koramangala branch, in head office, they decided to celebrate Onam. Now, whether the Malleshwaram branch team people have control over it? Can they say don't spend? No. Now, for Malleshwaram branch, it is uncontrollable. So, those costs which are well within the control of the management, those costs we call it as controllable cost. Those are not in the control of the management. Those things we call it as what? Uncontrollable cost. Uncontrollable cost. Now, talking further, there is something called as cost object. Cost object. What do you mean by cost object? Any idea? Cost object. What could be the meaning? For which we have to paying the cost. Okay. Listen. Cost object is nothing but anything for which the separate measurement of the cost is required. Now, for example, ArivuPro people want to know the cost of this particular Malleshwaram branch, running cost of this Malleshwaram branch. Now, the Malleshwaram branch is your cost object. They want to know CMA Inter cost. Now CMA Inter is your cost object. Now let's say Apple company. Now they want to know the cost of producing iPhones. Now that iPhones will become your cost object. They want to know the cost of producing MacBook. Now that MacBook division will become cost object. So anything for which a separate measurement of the cost is required. No, all those things we call it as what? Cost object. It could be any particular product, it could be any service, it could be anything for which a separate measurement of cost is required. Got it? What do you mean by cost unit? How cost is allocated, that is cost unit. Okay, any other answers? Cost unit. Cost unit is nothing but the measurement of the cost. For example, we will find out cost per what? Here, ArivuPro. This batch, we want to know the cost per what? Per student. Now that student is our cost unit. Rice manufacturer. Rice. Now they will find out cost per kg. Now that per kg is cost unit. Cement. Cost per bag. Now per bag is cost unit. Let's say employee, labor per hour. Now that per hour is your cost unit. So how we were going to express your cost? Your cost is expressed in what terms? That thing we call it as what? Cost unit. How your cost is expressed, or your cost is expressed in what terms? That one we call it as cost unit, where two or more cost unit are considered together. That we call it as composite cost unit. More of it we are going to learn it in service costing, also known as operating costing. Okay, what is my cost center, guys? Cost center. Cost center, cost center. Cost center, any idea? A division which incurs the cost. A division, a department, a branch which incurs the cost, that particular division, department, etc. only we call it as cost center. Guys, remember there is something called as responsibility center. What do you mean by that? Hello, people who already attended management accounting. One chapter is there. Which department is responsible for cost incurrence? Okay, that is responsibility center. Listen, a single person cannot run the whole organization, right? So automatically what they will do? They will divide the organization into many divisions. Now, just by dividing the organization to many divisions, will the performance of the organization increase? Yes. Will it increase straight away? Then I should give that particular division head a power, right? Now only power I gave. They are not responsible for anything else. Is that fine? No. What should I do? I should make sure they have given enough power. Meanwhile, for the power what they have already received, they are responsible also. Now, holding that particular division manager responsible, that we call it as responsibility accounting. and based on that we are going to divide the organization into different centers, different responsibility centers. Sir, what are the different responsibility centers we have? We have cost center, we have revenue center, we have profit center, we have investment center. We have cost center, profit center, revenue center, investment center. Now guys, cost center means what? Cost center is the responsibility center where the managers are responsible for incurrence of the cost. Where the managers are responsible for incurrence of the cost. We tell them, boss, make sure the cost don't exceed 10 lakhs. They should make sure that cost won't exceed 10 lakh. If at all they make sure that cost is well within 10 lakh, they will be rewarded. If at all the cost is more than 10 lakh, they will be punished. If the cost is within 10 lakh, they will be rewarded. If the cost is more than 10 lakh, they will be punished. So they are least concerned about what is happening in the organization in other departments. Your work is what? Make sure that the cost is well within the limit. Whereas revenue center is the center or the department or the manager who is responsible for making sure the required revenue is achieved. They are least concerned about the cost. Make sure, boss, whatever the revenue, let's say I asked you guys to raise the revenue or to generate a revenue of 25 lakh. Make sure the revenue generated is more than 25 lakh. If revenue generated is more than 25 lakh, they will be rewarded. If it is less than 25 lakh, they will be punished. Tell me whether revenue center people are responsible for any cost. The answer is yes. They are. Which one? Marketing expenses. Why, sir? Let's say ArivuPro people told me, sir, Malleshwaram branch, you take care of the sales. Make sure the sales is more. Now what I did, I just put outside one big banner. 50% off on our products for next 1 month. Don't you think the sales will increase? Sales will increase. Meanwhile, to increase that sale, don't you think we are losing 50% of the revenue? So, should I hold cost center responsible for that, or should they hold me responsible for that? They should hold me responsible for that. Got it? Now, those things we call it as revenue center. Those things we call it as what? Revenue center. And they are not only responsible towards generation of revenue, they are also responsible towards incurrence of few marketing cost, etc. Next is your profit center. What is this profit center? See, your production department, you can say it as a cost center. Revenue, your sales department, you can make it as revenue center. Now the profit center means they are responsible for generating revenue. Also, they are responsible towards incurrence of cost. I repeat again, they are responsible towards generating revenue, plus they are also responsible towards incurrence of cost. Got it? So those centers we call it as profit center. Now for example, full Malleshwaram branch. They made me head of Malleshwaram branch now. Malleshwaram sales is my responsibility. Malleshwaram cost is also my responsibility. Understanding? So those responsibility centers where they are responsible towards generating of revenue as well as incurrence of cost, that we call it as profit center. Whereas investment center is your profit center only, but the right I have given you guys is bit more. I have given bit more right. Not only your performance is measured on the terms of profit what you made, also you have given a autonomy, you have given a power to make the investments. So your responsibility won't be measured only on profit basis. Your responsibility will be measured on the basis of return on investment, ROI. Return on investment. That is how much you have invested, how much you are able to generate. So here it is as good as you are running your own business. You can take decision of investment, you are responsible towards generation of revenue, you are responsible towards incurrence of cost, like that. That center we call it as what, guys? Responsibility center. Got it? Okay. Go through this ones. This production cost center, service cost center, all those things in overheads we are going to learn. You don't have to worry. Now we just have to have some idea here where all other chapters will be covering all these aspects again and again. So you don't have to worry about it now. Just have some idea about the particular point, particular concept. Where is Mallesh? No idea. Yeah, of course. Like he's not attending or he attended some of the classes. When was the last time he attended? Crazy. Someone was there, no, his friend. Who used to sit next to him? Forgot. Shall we proceed? Okay. Now listen. COP, conversion cost, type of overhead, all those things I will tell, allocation, absorption, all those things are going to come now. Now listen, elements of cost. Okay. Elements of cost, guys, listen. Very important. Listen. Ayyo. 1 second. Oh, Dilip sir did this. Yes. Hopefully he don't use it in Chennai. Someone went to jail and came already. I mean station. Someone got arrested and came. Here only. Shall we start? Listen, elements of cost, you can divide the cost into 3 different segments. Okay? Or 3 different elements. Sir, one person has commented badly about ArivuPro, right? Did they found? Who? What? What is the issue? Okay. Okay. Have no idea. And why to find that person? What is the point in finding that person? Delete the comment, so we have power, no? I mean, those things are very common. Like, there are different tactics to do certain things. That is very basic. Because the way he commented was worst. I mean, then that person is bad. We can't do anything about it. Forget. Yes. Now, cost is there, no guys? Cost. And how you guys, what? You guys daily check the Google map, huh? Then it should be only among you guys only. Huh? Pranav posted. Where? Oh yeah, this one I forgot to tell. When you told Pranav, I got to know. iPad. Please write it in notebooks. Okay, because in examination, iPad is not allowed. Can you guess the number of days he attended my class? Face to face. 1 day. That too not in MA. I took both MA and costing to him. He attended 1 day. Because first day only I told him, you're not writing in tab. Done. But MA time, I think he had his other personal reasons. But costing 1 day he attended, then online shift. But he got very good marks. Both first group and second group, he got very good marks. So cost, guys, we can divide it into 3. Material cost, employee cost, other cost. Material cost, employee cost, other cost. Now listen, what do you mean by material cost, sir? Any cost incurred towards material, physical object used in the production, physical object used in the organization, any cost incurred towards that, we call it as material cost. Remember, need not be raw material. Any cost incurred towards physical object used in the organization, either directly to production or indirectly to the production, all those costs, what we call it as, guys? Material cost. What do we call it as? Material cost. Whereas employee cost is nothing but whatever the money you spent on human resource. Whatever the money you spent on human resource, the cost of that human resource, we call it as employee cost. Salary, ESI, EPF, perquisites, right? Rent-free accommodation, like that, whatever we spent on human resource, all those costs we call it as what? Employee cost. Those costs which are not falling under material cost, those costs which are not falling under material cost, also not falling under labor cost, all other costs we call it as other cost. Those costs which is not falling under material cost, not falling under employee cost, those costs what we call it as other cost. Got it? Hello? Now, material cost could be further divided into two. Employee cost also further divided into 2. Other expense also further divided into 2. Material cost is further divided into 2. Employee cost is further divided into 2. Other expense further divided into 2. Now, what are those, sir? Material cost is divided into... Oh my god, Akhilesh sir is using so many colors. Or Kishan sir use so many colors. 3 colors. Then who is using this green, grey? Nidhi ma'am. Huh? Alan sir. You tell the name whichever you know. You tell. Keep telling. You know only these 3. Guys, material cost, you can divide it into direct material cost, indirect material cost. Employee cost, you can divide it into direct labor cost, employee cost also known as labor cost. You can divide it into indirect labor cost. Other expense, you can divide it into direct expense, indirect expense. What? Material cost could be divided into direct material, indirect material. Employee cost could be divided into direct labor indirect labor. Other expense could be divided into direct expense, indirect expense. Now, what do you mean by direct material, sir? Guys, whatever the cost of material, you can trace it in the final product directly. In an economical feasible way, all those costs we call it as direct material. Now you take out your mobile phone, in that you can see, oh, this also I forgot to say, you can't use mobile in my class unless and until to use the PDF. Okay, you use Instagram, next reels will be yours. So yes, direct material means those costs which you cannot, which you can trace it in the final product directly. Those material costs which you can trace it in the final product directly. If you take the mobile phone, how many screen is there? One screen is there. How many batteries are there? One battery. How many cameras are there? Two or three or four, depending upon which mobile phone you are using. How many flashlights are there? Right? How many panel case is there? One panel. How many motherboard is there? Can you trace the cost of all this directly in the mobile phone or no? No, no, yes, sir. Yes. Now, all these cost of material, we call it as direct material. All the material cost, we call it as direct material. Now, meanwhile, when the production of this mobile phone was going on, don't you think somewhere in the factory they were using some chemicals to clean the factory? Was it a material or no? It was material. But can you trace it in the mobile phone? Can you? No. So like that, oil, grease and all they were using to machinery. Can you trace exactly how much grease is used in the machinery to produce one mobile? Now all these material costs which you cannot trace directly, we call it as what? Indirect material. What we call it as? Indirect material. Now talking about employee. Hope you guys understood difference between material and indirect. Yes. More about it, we have a material cost chapter, so you don't have to worry about it. Now, talking about employee cost. Employee cost could be direct or indirect. Employee cost could be direct or indirect. What do you mean by direct employee cost? Salary, awesome. Indirect are all other things other than salary. Wages, crazy. What's your name? Sorry? Abbas. Smart. Listen. Direct employee cost means those cost of employees which you can trace it in the final product directly in an economical feasible manner. Production related. For example, to assemble this mobile phone in Vietnam, let's say these people spent around 100 rupees per mobile phone. Can you tell me how much is the direct labor involved in this mobile? 100 rupees, no? Yes or no? Meanwhile, when this mobile phone was getting manufactured, whether Sundar Pichai was there in the company, he was there. Is he drawing the salary by any chance? Yes. Don't you think Google people would have recovered his salary also from this mobile? Can you tell me how much is the Sundar Pichai's salary involved in this mobile? No. Can you tell the accounts team salary involved in this mobile? For example, ArivuPro, your batch. Let's say when I take your batch, let's assume they give me 1000 rupees for this batch. Now, how much is the cost of labor for this batch? Direct, 1000. But don't you think people are sitting outside? They are also providing service to this. People are sitting in the head office. They are also providing service. Don't you think their salary also recovered from you guys? Then don't you think their salary is there in your fees? Can you tell me how much it is? So, which are the labor cost which you can trace it in the final product? Those labor cost we call it as direct labor. Those labor cost which you cannot trace it in the final product, those labor cost we call it as indirect labor. Understood? Direct expense are those expenses which you can trace it in the final product directly, but which are not direct material and direct labor. Indirect expense are those expenses which you cannot trace it in the final product directly. For example, let's say, how is this camera design? Good, bad? Good or bad? Average. It's nice, no? Why average? Nice it is. Now let's say I have given this design to Google people. Now will I give it for free? They have to pay me, no? But am I their labor employee? No. So they have to pay me royalty of 1000 rupees for each and every mobile phone they produce using this camera design. Now, is that royalty amount coming under material, labor, but is it traceable in the final product? So it is treated as direct expense. It is treated as direct expense. Your rent and all will be there. No, rent. Can you tell me exactly how much a portion of the rent is charged to this particular mobile? Can you trace it? No. But should you charge it? Is it our cost? Now, those expenses we call it as indirect expense, because that is not getting covered in the material also, labor also. Got it? I hope you guys understood the difference between material, labor, other expense. In that, direct material, direct labor, direct expense, indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expense. Now listen. Direct material, direct material, direct labor, direct expense, together we call it as prime cost. What do we call it as? Also we call it as direct cost. We call it as prime cost or we call it as direct cost. Whereas your indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expense, together we call it as overheads. What do we call it as? Overheads. Got it? Your direct material, direct labor, direct expense, together we call it as what? Prime cost. Indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expense, together we call it as what? Overheads. Now guys, overheads could be further divided into 3. Listen, sir, all these controllable, non-controllable, relevance, irrelevance, material, labor, all these are different costs altogether. No, same cost. We are classified in different basis. For example, this classroom. Can I classify it as foundation route, direct entry route? Can I classify it as boys and girls? Is the students different or same students? But based on classification it is. So try to understand. Cost also, it's not going to be different cost. Cost will be same only. Based on different classification, it is classified as different way. That's it. So overheads, we can divide it into production overhead. Production overhead. We also call it as factory overhead. Factory overhead. We can also call it as manufacturing overhead. What? Production overhead, factory overhead, manufacturing overhead. One more overhead we can classify it is administration overhead. Administration overhead. And selling and distribution overhead. So indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expense related to factory, all those things we call it as factory overhead. Indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expense together, whatever is there, that all thing we call it as related to administration, all those things will be admin overhead. Indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expense related to selling and distribution, that thing we call it as selling and distribution overhead. That thing we call it as what? Selling and distribution overhead. Got it? Oh. So guys, on the basis of the nature or element, cost could be divided into material, labor, other expense. Further, it could be divided into direct material, direct labor, indirect labor, direct expense, indirect expense. Direct material, direct labor, direct expense together we call it as prime cost. Indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expense together we call it as overheads. Got it? On the basis of traceability, we can divide it into two: direct, indirect. Direct cost are those costs which you can trace directly in the final product. Indirect cost are those costs which you cannot trace directly in the final product. On the basis of function, you can divide the cost into production cost, administration cost, selling cost, distribution cost, research cost, development cost. Your production cost will be nothing but your prime cost plus production overhead. So it doesn't matter whether it's direct or indirect. Whatever the cost related to production, everything will be treated as production cost. Know this difference. Overhead is different, cost is different. Cost means we are talking in totality. Overhead means only indirect items. Indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expense. Together we call it as overheads. That's not the only cost, because cost includes both direct as well as indirect. Understood? On the basis of nature or behavior, guys, we can divide the cost into three. We can divide the cost into three. Which are those? Fixed cost, variable cost, semi-variable cost. What do you mean by fixed cost? What do you mean by fixed cost? Fixed cost is the cost won't change along with the level of activity. You produce more, you produce less, Whatever you do, it's not going to change along with the level of activity. However, always remember, to some extent. To some extent. It's not that whatever you do, it will be same only. For example, whether here 10 student, will the cost be same or different? Rent 100, 150. Where you will make them sit? 150. Online. Are you guys able to understand what I am trying to say? Up to some point, yeah, it is fixed, no doubt in that. Now, because it's 150, we have to get extra space. Extra space, will it come free of cost? Automatically rent will increase, no? So always remember, fixed cost remains same up to some level. Not that whatever you produce, whatever you sell, it will be same. No. Okay? Fixed cost also will change, but it won't change with the level of activity up to some extent. What do you mean by variable cost? Variable cost varies along with the level of activity. The more and more you produce, more and more it is. Less and less you produce, less and less it will be. Okay? Whereas semi-variable cost is mixture of both variable and fixed. That is, fixed cost also will be there in this. Variable cost also will be there in this. For example, electricity bill. There will be some fixed portion. Whether you run the electricity or you use the electricity, you don't. You have to pay that fixed portion. No doubt in that. Along with that, based on your usage, the cost will keep adding. That is your variable. So fixed plus variable both in the same cost, that we call it as semi-variable cost. Listen, very important aspect here. Changes per unit. Will the fixed cost change per unit? It will. Rent, let's say we are paying 1 lakh rupees rent here. 100 students we have. How much will be the rent? 1 lakh. Per student, 1000. Now we have 50 students. Rent will be 1 lakh only. Per student, 2000. Are you guys able to understand? So, total will not change, but the per unit will change. Change in total cost will be there, fixed cost? No. The rent will remain 1 lakh only. The rent will remain 1 lakh only. Got it? Everyone? Done. Variable cost. Will per unit change? No. Will total change? For example, we are giving you software access. No, we are giving you app access. No. Now let's say that app access will cost us 2000 rupees. How much it will cost us? 2000 rupees. Now listen very carefully. If it's a 10 student, per student will be how much? 2000 only. And total will be how much? 20,000. If it's 50 students, per student will be how much? 2000 only. But total will be 1 lakh. That means, can I say that variable cost per unit will not change? Total will change. Per unit it will not change, but the total will change. Got it, guys? Now, talking about semi-variable cost. It is having mixture of both variable and fixed. No, that means per unit also it changes. Total also it changes. Per unit also it changes. Total also changes. Now listen. Let's see. There are three costs are there. I don't tell which is what. Let's say three costs are there. A, B, C. A, when you produce 1000 units, you are incurring rupees 1 lakh. When you are producing 1500 units, you are incurring 1 lakh. Okay. B, when you are producing 1000 units, you are incurring 2 lakhs. When you are producing 1500, you are incurring 3 lakhs. C, when you are producing 1000 units, you are incurring 3 lakhs. When you are producing 1500, you are incurring 4 lakh. Now, total is how much for 1000 units? When you produce 1000 units, total will be 6 lakhs. Huh? Next case, 8 lakhs. Now, I want to know my cost for 1800 units. Chalo, calculate it. Fast. Sorry? One answer I got is 9,60,000. Okay. First question or here 1 second. Whoever is watching in YouTube and asking these things. Hello, sir. Hello. How will you get the question bank? In YouTube, of course, it won't be shared. In YouTube, you won't find. Anyhow, this live also, it won't be there completely. Only 2 days live will be there. Hello, sir. I completed my CMA foundation and waiting for my inter books. I have confusion in choosing which group should I write first. So, could you give me your opinion? Group 1 would be good because at least in my paper, what I feel, management accounting is advanced cost accounting, you can say. We are going to apply the cost accounting there. So, it's advised to go for group 1 first. No, notes will not be shared in YouTube. Yes, may I know the answers, please? One answer I got 9,20,000, one answer I got 9,40,000, one answer I got 9,60,000, 10 lakhs awesome, 7 lakhs crazy, 9,20,000, okay. Listen. Okay, listen. Done. Listen now. Shh. Hey, listen. Listen. First, A is there. No. You can see there. you can see there, when it was 1000 units, that time also it was 1 lakh. Now when it is 1500, now also it's 1 lakh. Moral of the story, it's a fixed cost. Will it change when it goes to 1800? It will remain 1 lakh only. Anyone any doubt in this? Second one, total is changing. That means it is not fixed. It could be variable or it could be semi-variable. What is the difference between variable and semi-variable? Variable per unit will not change. Semi-variable per unit will change. Now, may I know per unit here? 2 lakh divided by 1000. 3 lakh divided by 1500. That means, can I say it's variable in nature? So 200 rupees per unit. For 1800 it will be 3,60,000. 3,60,000. Got it? Next, C. Listen. C. Is total same? Is total same? No. That means it is not fixed. It could be variable or it could be semi-variable. Just check per unit in first case is how much? 300. Second case? 266 point. So is it same? It is what in nature? Semi-variable. In this case, what we should do? Listen. Now listen. When you produce 1000 units, what was the cost? 3 lakh. When you produce 1500, what was the cost? Guys, we know that this 3 lakh and 4 lakh includes two elements. Which and all? Fixed cost, variable cost. Fixed cost, variable cost. Tell me one thing. Can I say that fixed cost under both the scenario, the amount of fixed cost in this 3 lakh, amount of fixed cost in this 4 lakh will be same? Maybe. It is called as fixed cost for that reason only, no? So can I say that my fixed cost is out of that 3 lakh is also some portion is fixed cost. In that 4 lakh also some portion is fixed cost, and that will remain same only. But here still we are getting 1 lakh rupees difference, no? That will be due to what? Variable cost. Purely variable cost. But to produce how many units? 500 units. Sir, but 1000 no sir. 1000 it's already covered in this 3 lakh. 1500 is covered in this 4 lakh. So the extra 1 lakh what I incurred is to produce how many units extra? 500 units extra. Are you guys able to understand? That means, can I say that whatever the 1 lakh extra I have incurred is to produce that 500 units extra? Hello? Are you guys able to understand? Whatever the 1 lakh rupees I have incurred here, can I say that that is clearly the variable cost to produce 1 lakh units? So can I tell that rupees 1 lakh divided by 500 will be variable cost per unit, which is rupees 200. Yes. Now I got to know that how much is a variable cost in it. Now either I can use the level 1 or level 2. Your call. Which one shall we use? Level 1. Okay. Level 1, may I know the total cost? 3 lakh, right? Hello. Level 1 total cost is 3 lakh, no? That includes two elements, fixed cost, variable cost. How much is variable cost? 200 per unit. How many units are there in level 1? 1000 units. How much it will be? So, fixed cost will be understood. Now what I should do? I want to know for 1800. For 1800, fixed cost will be 1 lakh only. Variable cost will be 1800 into 200. 3,60,000. Total cost would come to 4 lakh. Which would come to 9 lakh 20,000. But I loved the way how few told 10 lakh here. A 1 lakh only, so 1 lakh. B 2 lakh 3 lakh, next should be 4 lakh. C 3 lakh 4 lakh, next should be 5 lakh. 1 lakh 4 lakh 5 lakh 10 lakh. Awesome. Sorted. Logical reasoning. So, how to find out a variable cost when it's semi-variable in nature? Change in cost will be completely due to variable cost only. So, variable cost, that will be change in cost will be your total variable cost to produce that change in units. So, when I do that change in cost by change in units, automatically I will find variable cost per unit. That I am going to apply in either level 1 or level 2, whichever you want. That will give you total variable cost of that level. You know the total cost of that level, the difference will be fixed cost. So we have to follow how many steps? Few steps. Which are those? Step 1. Variable cost per unit. How do you find out? Change in cost by change in units or activity. Step 2. Determine fixed cost at any given level. How do you do that? Total cost minus total variable cost will give you fixed cost. Step 3. Determine total cost for required level. Determine total cost for required level. Got it? Now shall I make it bit complicated. Yes, take your time. I don't know, someone cursed me when I entered the class. When I was entering the class, I didn't have so much cold. All of the sudden it started. And I know it should be someone from the MA only, Management Accounting. Ruchita, shall we proceed? Now listen. A listen. Listen, listen, listen. Year 1, year 2. To produce 1,000 units, year 1, we incurred 4 lakh. Thousand 500 units, let's say we incurred 5 lakhs. In the year 2, in the year 2, let's say, or leave, year 1, year 2, 1,000 units you leave. Year 1, year 1, we incurred rupees 5 lakh. Year 1, we incurred rupees 5 lakhs to produce 1,000 units. Year 2, let's say we incurred 6 lakhs. Or year 2, huh. Year 2, we incurred how much? 6 lakhs, or make it 5 lakh 50,000. And now, I want to know in the year or in the same year for 1,500 units. Same year for 1,500 units. In the year 2, it will be how much? Where last year it was, let's say 8 lakhs. Last year it was 8 lakhs. Oh, no, no. 6 lakhs. 8 lakhs means it will be too much. Calculate and tell. Let's see. Lakhs. Okay. Okay, now listen. Everyone, listen. Last time, for producing the 1000 units, it was 5 lakh. This time it became 5 lakh 50,000. Same 1000 units. That means why that 50,000 increase? We are going to assume that 50,000 increase due to increase in the fixed cost. That means last year whatever the fixed cost was there, no, this year fixed cost won't be same. This year fixed cost will be whatever was there last year plus 50,000. So last year how much was the variable cost? 1 lakh divided by 500. 200 per unit. This year also it will be 200 per unit only. But last year, how much was the fixed cost? For 1000, if 2 lakh is the variable cost, 3 lakh will be fixed cost. This year fixed cost is not 3 lakh. Fixed cost is 3 lakh 50,000 because it is increased here by 50,000. So this year cost would be 1500 into 200, 3 lakhs, plus 3 lakh total. Got it? So whenever is the change in the fixed cost is there, all you have to do is you have to eliminate the effect of the fixed cost, find out normally the variable cost per unit, and accordingly you have to solve it. Year 1, year 2. Year 1 we produced 1000 units. Year 2 we produced 1500 units. Year 1 the cost was, let's say, 3 lakh. Year 2 the cost is, let's say, 4 lakh 40,000. 4 lakh 40,000. I want to know the total cost in year 2 for 1800 units. Total cost in year 2 for 1800 units, whereas in year 2 fixed cost is increased by rupees 40,000. In year 2, fixed cost is increased by rupees 40,000. Solve it and tell me for 1,800 how much it would be. Sorry? 5 lakhs. 5 lakhs. 5 lakhs 64,000. Okay. 5 lakhs. Any other answers? Okay. Concentrate. Everyone. Now immediately one mistake what we would do is change in cost 1,40,000 divided by change in units 500 is how much? 280. This is where we will do mistake. What mistake, sir? Earlier we used to say variable cost per unit is equal to change in cost by change in units. The reason was whatever the change was there, everything was due to what? Variable cost only. Here is this 1,40,000 change is completely due to variable. Then fixed cost also is changing. So what you should do to find out the variable cost per unit, eliminate the effect of change in fixed cost. To find out the variable cost per unit, you should eliminate the effect of change in fixed cost. How, sir? I know that the change in cost is 1,40,000. Correct? No? But compared to last year, fixed cost this time is 40,000 more. That means in this 1,40,000, 40,000 is contributed by fixed cost. That means change in cost only due to variable cost is just 1 lakh. Change in cost only due to variable cost is how much? 1 lakh. So what we should do? Change in cost 1 lakh divided by change in units 500, which would be 200 per unit. Now I will take it in the level 1. In level 1, total cost was how much? 4 lakhs, huh? 3 lakhs. In level 1, total cost was 3 lakh. Variable cost would be how much? 200 into 1000. 2 lakhs. That means fixed cost was how much? Correct, no? For current period, variable cost would remain 200 only, no? Variable cost would remain 200 only. But fixed cost will be 1,40,000. Fixed cost will be 1,40,000. So for 1,800 units, it will be 3,60,000 plus 1,40,000, which would come to rupees 5 lakh. This is how you should do. Whenever there is a change in fixed cost, don't take full change in cost as fixed variable cost, because They have clearly told that change in cost is not only due to variable cost, change in cost is also due to fixed cost. Got it? So first eliminate that effect, find out how much is only variable cost in it, then divide the units. Automatically we'll find out variable cost per unit. That accordingly we are going to multiply with the units and find out. Anyone, any doubt in this computation of semi-variable into variable and all? This will be there in all the chapters. I mean, wherever it is necessary. This is a very basic concept which you should have idea about. Anyone, any doubt in this? Please let me know. If there is no doubt, we can proceed. Sir, please explain again. What you want me to explain? That you tell. And whenever you have doubt, you should have a particular doubt. Okay. If you're expecting me to be like the radio again to repeat everything, not possible. Because I am not going to, take responsibility of your zone out. Right? So if you get zone out, it's not my problem. So you should exactly tell where you are finding a doubt. You can't ask like straight away. What is it, sir? No. How 3,60,000 came? 3,60,000 is very simple. 1,800 units into 200, which would come to 3,60,000. And yeah, someone asked me to explain again. Which part you want me to explain? Here, madam, what's your name? Any doubts? Clear? So always remember, if at all there is a change in fixed cost, change in cost by change in units will not give you variable cost per unit. Because the change in cost is not only due to variable cost there. So what you should do, from the change in cost, you should eliminate the change in fixed cost. Change in cost was 1,40,000, but we knew that in that 40,000 was due to fixed cost changes. That means only 1 lakh was due to variable cost changes. So 1 lakh divided by change in units, which is 500, would give me variable cost per unit. Now using that, I found out last year how much was my fixed cost. Using that, this year fixed cost will be 40,000 more than last year. Variable cost per unit, anyhow we already know. I'm going to take that variable cost plus fixed cost and I have to find out total cost. Simple. Anyone any doubt in this? Please let me know. If there is no doubt, we can proceed. Fixed cost is? Then you have to take it as X and do it. Last year fixed cost, if you take it as X, this should be X plus something. So that plus whatever is there, that you have to eliminate from the variable total changes. Let's say last year, current year fixed cost changed by 20%, or let's say 10%. Not 10%, wait, 40,000. Fixed cost was how much? 1 lakh. Let's say it changed by 40% if they give. Or what I do is variable cost, I will take it as X rupee per unit. Per unit how much? X. So 1000X will give me total variable cost for 1000 units. Fixed cost, let me take it as F. That is equal to 3 lakhs. Correct? This year, they have given 1500, no? 1500x, because variable cost per unit is remaining same. So x will be same, x only. Plus fixed cost won't be f. Fixed cost will be 40% more than last year, which is 1.4f. That is equal to 4,40,000. We should solve it. Let's say it will be 3000x plus 2.8f is equal to 8,80,000. 3000x plus 3f is equal to 9 lakh. 0.2f is equal to 20,000. F is equal to 1 lakh. So we found out f is equal to 1 lakh. So here if f is 1 lakh, this should be 2 lakh. If this is 2 lakh, x should be 200. Sorted. First example, which one? Which first example? Tell me exactly which first example, what is that? Okay, now listen everyone. Now listen. Let's say selling price 200, profit percentage on sales 20%. May I know the cost and may I know the profit here? ABC na. Here A, for both the level it's not changing, so it's a fixed in nature. It will be same for next level also. B, it is changing and cost per unit remains same, which is variable in nature. So straight away 200 into 1800, 3,60,000. C, total also changing, per unit also changing. So total is changing due to variable cost in it. So change in cost divided by change in units will give me variable cost per unit. That I have to multiply with any one level. That would give me fixed cost element. Now I know the fixed cost, I know the variable cost. Total if I do, I will get total sum variable cost. That will give me total cost. Guys, profit will be how much? Cost will be awesome. Cost 160. Profit percentage on cost 25. Selling price how much? Profit how much? Selling price 200, profit 40. Because you know the cost, you apply 25% on that, you will get the profit. You know the cost plus profit will give you sales 240. Got it? Now listen. Selling price 400. Profit percentage on sales 25%. How much is profit? How much is cost? Profit 100. Okay. What if it is profit percentage on cost? Answers. Listen. Okay, listen. Hey, listen. Listen. Here, you can't apply 25% directly on this 400 because 400 is selling price. Profit percentage is given on cost. So you can solve it in two ways. One is equation method. One more is cross multiplication. Listen how equation method will work. Can I say selling price is equal to cost plus profit? Do I know the selling price? Do I know the cost? Can I take it as C? Do I know the profit? 0.25 C. So C is equal to 400 divided by 1.25, not 0.25. Always remember, if any variable is there in front of that, no number is there, then that should be 1. It is not 0. Please keep in mind. Always any variable 1 will be there in front of that. 320. So cost is 320. Then profit should be got it? One more way is cross multiplication. What is that cross multiplication, sir? Listen. Whatever the percentage they have given, no, the unknown number. That unknown number we are going to take it as 100. For example, here profit percentage on cost they have given, no. Cost we are going to take 100. Guys, if the cost is 100, profit will be 25. Selling price will be 125. Understanding? If the cost is 100, profit will be 25. Selling price will be 125. Now, 125 means 400. 25 means question mark. 80. Got it? So cost will be 320. This is one more method of doing that cross multiplication. Anyone any doubt? No doubt? We can proceed. Cost rupees 500. Profit percentage 25. How much will be your selling price? How much will be your profit? Always remember, if the question is silent, profit percentage on what? It's always profit percentage on sales. If the question is silent, profit percentage on what? Always remember it's on. Answer please. Sales will be 666.67. So listen here. Listen here, everyone. Here, if you go for the equation method, can I say that sales is equal to cost plus profit? Do you know the sales? Yes. Do you know the cost? 500. Do you know the profit? 25% of sale, 0.25 yes. So 0.75 yes is equal to 500. S is equal to S is equal to 666.67. So profit will be 166.67. If at all you want to go for cross multiplication, profit percentage on sales they have given. So that one we are going to take it as 100. Sales will be 100. Guys, if the sales 100, profit will be 25. Cost will be 75. So 75 means 500. 25 means question mark. That would give you profit 166.67. That will give you selling price. Hope it is clear. So if the percentage is given on cost, how to convert to sales? If it is given on sales, how to convert to cost? I think all those things are taken care here. Any doubt? No doubt? Pakka? Done. With that, all the required basics are done. I mean, whatever is required, that is taken care. So we'll do one thing. We'll take a break now. After coming back from the break, we are going to start with cost sheet. We are going to start with cost sheet, one of the simplest chapter, which is going to fetch you 7 to 11 marks. 7 marks to sure shot in descriptive, plus other 4 marks in MCQ also. Okay, accordingly. Got it? Fine. So we are going to start at 5:24 p.m. Please be there in the class on time. If you want to know what happens if you don't be there on time, if you won't be there on time, then you can try, give a try. Thank you. ಇನ್ನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂದ್ರೇನೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. Yes, guys, settle down. Settle down. Once you guys are ready, please let me know, sir. Once you guys are ready, please let me know. Yes. Guys, shall we start? Yes. We are starting with cost sheet, one of the important chapter which might carry around 7 to 11 marks. Chapter 1, Unit 5. There is cost sheet. Online guys there, back from the break, or still sleeping? Yes. Okay. Guys, what do you mean by cost sheet? Any idea? Any idea? Cost sheet. All cost items recorded in cost sheet. What do you mean by cost sheet? See, cost sheet is nothing but in financial accounts we prepare P&L, no? In financial accounting, what we prepare? P&L. Same way in cost accounting, we are going to prepare cost sheet. In financial accounting, it is all about profit and loss account. In cost sheet, it's all about, in costing, it's all about cost sheet. So basically, either throw it and come or swallow it. No chewing gums are allowed in the class. I mean, the reason is not that, discipline, all those stuff, nothing. When I was giving my final exam, my first exam, someone had stick that chewing gum under the desk. Because of that, in between the exam, I was like forced to waste my 5 to 10 minutes in that thing. So from that time onwards, inside classroom, no chewing gums. Because who knows, you might also do that only, no? Yes. Yeah. So, guys, cost sheet is nothing but a statement. It's a statement. Or you can also call it as a document. Statement or document in which costs are presented in systematic manner. Costs are presented in what manner? Systematic manner. Why we do this? This will help the management in decision making. Also, it will help you in ascertainment of the cost. So, which will help in ascertainment of costs for the period. Ascertainment of cost for the period. Guys, in the cost sheet, there is no particular format as such, but generally speaking, we are going to classify cost on the basis of functional classification. What are those functional classification? Production cost, administration cost, selling and distribution cost, research and development cost. On that basis, we are going to divide. But again, slowly it will be on the basis of elements also. Elements and functional together you can say. However, in the MCQ, if they ask, cost sheet is prepared on what basis? Which you should write? Functional basis. Cost sheets are prepared on functional basis. Generally, costs are classified on what basis, guys? Functional basis. Generally, costs are classified on what basis? Functional basis. First, let's draw the pro forma of cost sheet. Then we'll try to understand each and every element in that. Okay. First, we'll draw and try to remember the cost sheet. Then we'll go for each and every line item there. Okay. So, let's start with pro forma of cost sheet. Pro forma of cost sheet. Always remember, whatever the table you do in costing or any subject it is, majorly in costing, if it is reflecting any amount, you should clearly mention amount. If it is reflecting any units, you should clearly mention in units. Okay. Randomly don't write and come some numbers. It's not a pin code, right? It's not a pin code. It's not your telephone number. It's not your mobile number. So you should clearly mention what that refers to. Units means unit, amount means amount. All those things have a big impact in your answer. It might sound silly, but has a huge impact, because As an examiner, I want to know what is that. I just don't want you to multiply and write and come. What is the point? Right? So please mention unit as units, amount as amount, and whatever the table you do, you should give the clear heading. The table is for what? Determination of so and so, like that. And talking about the working note, either you can do it in the beginning of the answer or you can do it at the end of the answer. Don't do somewhere in between. Either do it in the beginning or either you do it in the end. Don't do in between. Got it? My recommendation is to do it at the end of the answer. And always remember, you start with the answer when and where the working note requirement arises. There you do the working note. When and where the requirement arises, there you do. Randomly don't keep doing it. So, pro forma, the first thing we are going to start with is direct material consumed. Direct materials consumed. Direct wages. Direct wages. Direct expenses. Direct materials consumed, direct wages, direct expenses, that would give you prime cost. That would give you prime cost. To the prime cost, we are going to add factory overhead. Factory overheads. We also call it as work overheads. Factory overhead, also known as what? Works overhead. Factory overhead or works overhead. That would give us gross factory cost. That would give us gross factory cost. To the gross factory cost, if at all we add opening stock of work in progress and we reduce closing stock of work in progress, we get the factory cost. Factory cost, also known as works cost. Also known as works cost. So what is that, guys? Direct material, direct labor, direct expense. Together we call it as prime cost. To the prime cost, if we add factory overhead, what do we get? Gross factory cost. To the gross factory cost, if you add opening stock of WIP, reduce closing stock of WIP, what do you get? Factory cost or works cost. Once again, direct material consumed, direct wages, direct expense, prime cost, add factory overhead, gross factory cost, add opening stock of WIP minus closing stock of WIP, you will get factory cost. Got it? Now, to the factory cost, if at all we are going to add admin overhead, related to production. Admin overhead related to production. Add primary packing cost. Primary packing cost. Add quality control cost. Add research and development cost minus scrap recovery from units in production minus scrap recovery from units in production would give me cost of production. Would give me cost of production. Got it? Now guys, to the cost of production. Before that, tell me, direct material consumed, direct wages, direct expense, prime cost, add factory overhead, gross factory cost, add opening stock of WIP minus closing stock of WIP, factory cost, add admin overhead related to production, primary packing cost, quality control cost, research and development cost which is related to production, minus scrap recovery from the units in production would give me cost of production. Sir, that one, how to remember that, sir? PQRS. PQ, that is primary packing cost, quality control cost, research and development cost, scrap recovery from units in production. What is it, guys? Direct material consumed, direct wages, direct expense, prime cost, add factory overhead, gross factory cost, add opening stock of WIP minus closing stock of WIP, factory cost, add admin overhead related to production, primary packing cost, quality control cost, research and development cost, minus scrap recovery from units in production would give us cost of production. Now, to the cost of production, if at all we add opening stock of finished goods minus closing stock of finished goods would give us cost of goods sold. Would give us what? Cost of goods sold. Tell me now, direct material consumed, direct wages, direct expense, prime cost, add factory overhead, gross factory cost, add opening stock of WIP minus closing stock of WIP, factory cost, add admin overhead related to production, primary packing cost, quality control cost, research and development cost, minus scrap recovery from units in production would give you cost of production. Add opening stock of WIP, sorry, finished goods minus would give you, now listen, to the cost of goods sold, if at all you add admin overhead which is general in nature, add selling and distribution overhead. Now what you get is cost of sale. What you get is cost of sales. Now to that cost of sales, if at all you add profit, add profit, what you get is sales. So direct material consumed, direct wages, direct expense, prime cost, add factory overhead, gross factory cost, add opening stock of WIP minus closing stock of WIP, factory cost, add admin overhead related to production, primary packing cost, quality control cost, research and development cost, minus scrap recovery from units in production would give us cost of production, add opening stock of finished goods minus closing stock of finished goods would give us cost of goods sold, add admin overhead general in nature, selling and distribution overhead would give us, to that if you add a profit, sales. Got it? Quickly revise it once again. Then I will start explaining one by one why it is what it is. Done. Now, tell me one thing. Listen here, everyone. Listen. Let's say assume there was opening stock of 100 units. Okay. Where that worth of rupees 10,000. During the period, you produced 1000 units. Let's say worth of rupees 95,000. And you sold 900 units. You sold 900 units. So when you sold 900 units, let's say you sold it for 1,10,000. Now, can you tell me the profit here? Can I take my revenue as 1,10,000, my cost as 1,05,000, and can I say that my profit is 5,000? Yes or no? No. Why? Because we still have closing units. The sale is relating to just 900 units. Cost is relating to 1100 units. Correct? I can't compare the cost of 1100 units with the 900 unit sales. So what I should do then? What I should do is I should exclude this 95,000 I told her. And 900 units we sold. Now let's say 200 units I didn't sell, no? Let's say worth of that is 20,000. Now what should I do? Guys, during the period I produced 95,000, I agree. Worth of 95,000, I agree. Also, this is not the only thing sold. Whatever was there in the opening, that is also sold. But is it included in the cost of the period? Whatever the cost we incurred during the last year and we produced, which is still there unsold. Now my question is it included in the cost of production during the period? No, because cost of production during the period includes the cost of goods produced during the period. Understanding? Cost of production during the period includes cost of production incurred during the period. Produced during the period, not what we produced last year. Whatever we produced last year, are we going to incur any cost towards that? No. But did I sell it? That means, don't you think sale is relating to that also? That means, don't you think for comparison purpose I should take that cost? So what I will do is I will add it. I will add it. 10,000. So total is how much? But. Did I sell the goods worth rupees 1,05,000? No. Then can I compare my 1,05,000 with 1,10,000? No. Because the goods worth rupees 20,000 is still with me only. That means, can I exclude it? And can I take? Can I say that I sold goods costing rupees 85,000 and my revenue is 1,10,000. Can I say that my profit is 25,000? Now will it make sense or no? Yes. So that's the reason, see here, to my cost of production, I will add opening stock of finished goods, because I am trying to compare my cost for the period, total cost with the total revenue. Now if I take only 95,000, that is not cost for the whatever the units we sold, because whatever was coming from the beginning, that is also sold, right? And I also reduce my closing stock of finished goods. Reason being, whatever I produced, everything I didn't sell. Did I sell whatever I produced? Did I sell full 95,000 worth goods? No, in the 20,000 is still with me. So can I compare it as a cost there? No, that is not at generating any revenue. How can you compare it as, or consider it as a cost, right? So remember, that's why I reduce my closing stock. That is the reason here you can see there. Opening stock of finished goods will be added to cost of production. Closing stock of finished goods will be reduced from the production. That gave us cost of goods sold. That gave us cost of goods sold. Anyone? Any doubt? See, whatever is produced, everything is not sold. So I can't straight away compare my sales with cost of production. So I will add whatever was earlier existing, which is not there in the cost, because that also I sold. Sales is relating to those units also. So cost of those units also should be taken for the fair valuation, or for the computation of fair profit. So I have taken it as opening stock of finished goods. However, now whatever I got, everything I didn't sell. Few things are with me only. I should not take cost of that. Is it already included in the cost? Yes, it is. But should it be included? No. So what I will do? I will reduce closing stock. That's the reason we'll add the opening stock and we'll reduce the closing stock from the cost of production. Hope this point is clear. Why we will add the opening stock, why we will add the closing stock of finished goods. Yes, now going further. Opening stock of WIP, closing stock of WIP. Tell me one thing. What do you mean by WIP? Work in progress. What do you mean by that? It is sorry. WIP means basically it's not even a raw material, it's not even a finished goods, right? So that is the case. Now listen, semi-finished goods, you can say it. So now WIP, what happens? Last time, let's say 10,000 units were in production. Okay, 10,000 units were in production. During the period, let's say I introduced 1 lakh units. Now, tell me one thing. First, I will produce this or I will introduce this 1 lakh. I will produce this 10,000. Then I will introduce new units of 1 lakh. And let's say in that 5,000 are still in closing. Now, when I want to know how cost of the units produced, what I should do? Can I take only 1 lakh related cost? No. Why? Because whatever the WIP is there, that is also produced during the period. But can I treat it like a normal goods only? The answer is no. Why? Because last year it was already in production. It is already completed to some extent. Only remaining portion is completed during the period. Whereas this 1 lakh from the scratch till 100%, it got completed during the period only. And this 5,000 also same thing. It is not yet completed. So my cost of production should be whatever the cost consumed by this 10,000 units plus this 1 lakh units. Now during the period, whatever the cost I included, I incurred, everything is relating to completing this 10,000 and 1 lakh units. Now, whatever the cost I incurred to complete this 10,000, that's not the only cost towards this 10,000. Because last year also we incurred something, no? Last year, let's say I incurred 5,000 rupees. During the period, I will incur other 5,000 rupees. Now, in my gross works cost, only this 5,000 is there, not this 5,000. Now, the cost of this unit, actually it is 10,000 or only 5,000? 10,000, no? That means I should take 10,000 or 5,000? 10,000. In my gross factory cost, whether 5,000 is there or 10,000 is there? 5,000 is there. That's the reason I will add other 5,000. So whatever I incurred last year, which is not there in the cost during the period, but it got completed during the period, so I am going to add that one. And let's say the closing WIP is not yet completed. The cost of that is 3,000. That I will exclude because there is not cost of production at all. That will be added to the next year because next year it will get completed. Okay. So this year I will exclude it from the cost. Next year I will add it. That's the reason in your P&L also, if you remember in financial accounts, closing stock we used to take it in credit side. Why? Because debit side may we incurred full cost, including what we produced, what we sold, everything. But everything was sold. Can I compare everything with the sales? No. That's why I used to exclude that. Only cost of goods sold I used to take. Here also same thing. That's the reason we will add opening stock of WIP and reduce closing stock of WIP. Hope you guys understood why we'll add opening stock, why we'll reduce closing stock. Both finished goods and WIP. Yes? Okay. Great. Now we'll see one by one line items. Sorry? Sir, that is random number which I have taken. Valuation I will tell later. Done? Shall we proceed? Now, those opening stock, closing stock, hope you guys understood. Now, shall we proceed from one by one? What is the first item there? Direct material consumed. Direct materials consumed. Now, direct material consumed is very simple. Let's say morning you had 10 chocolates. During the day you purchased 100 chocolates. At last you have 15 chocolates. How many chocolates you consumed? Morning you had 10 chocolates. During the period you purchased 100 chocolates. At last you have 15 chocolates. How much you have consumed? 95 chocolates. How did you calculate? 10 plus 100 minus 15. 10 plus 100 minus 15. Let's say in this 100 what you purchased, in that 8 chocolates you return to the shopkeeper. Now tell. Sorry? How did you compute? 10 was opening, 100 is what you purchased, but in that 8 you returned immediately. That means available is only 92. So total available was 102. In that 15 is still with you means you consumed only 87. You consumed only 87. Is that clear? So can I say direct material consumed, what you did guys, first you took 10. What was the 10? Opening stock of raw material, correct? Then you added your 100 units. What was those? What were those? Purchases. Cost of purchase. Cost of purchase. Then immediately you reduced 8 units. What were those? Purchase returns. Purchase returns. At last you reduced 15. What were those? Closing stock of raw material. Closing stock of raw material. This will be the calculation for your direct material consumed. This will be calculation. Anyone, any doubt? Anyone, any doubt? No doubt? Now, cost of purchase means what? What do you mean by cost of purchase? Any cost incurred from the place of vendor till it reaches godown Any cost incurred from the place of vendor till it reaches godown, which are normal and non-refundable. Non-refundable. Everything we call it as cost of purchase. So from the place of vendor till it reaches our godown, whatever the cost we incur, which are normal in nature, not abnormal, because always remember in costing, abnormal should be charged to costing P&L. You are not going to treat it as a normal cost at all. In costing, always remember only the normal cost, which is in the normal day-to-day activities. Only those are treated as the normal cost. All other abnormal cost you should charge to where? Costing P&L. You don't treat it as a normal cost. You can't charge it to the customers. You should charge it to costing P&L. So, which are normal in nature and which are non-refundable. What do you mean by non-refundable? Guys, let's say there is one tax, GST. GST. Now, I will explain it. You know, there is a concept called ITC. GST classes are done. So, how ITC works?
Paying out of the taxes to government and receiving from others.
And
if that same tax amount we can receive from others.
same tax amount.
Yes.
Listen. Let's say ArivuPro is there. ArivuPro is there. Students are there. Now let's say faculties are there. Let's say AK. Akhilesh sir. You know Akhilesh sir, no? Now, listen. How GST works or how ITC works. Now, ArivuPro is a registered supplier. ArivuPro is a registered supplier. Akhilesh sir is registered supplier. Students are unregistered recipient. Okay. So remember, ArivuPro is registered supplier, registered under GST. Akhilesh sir is registered under GST. Students are unregistered. Now, how the service works? Akhilesh sir provides service to ArivuPro. ArivuPro provides service to students. Now, students will make payment to ArivuPro. ArivuPro will make payment to Akhilesh sir. Correct? Now listen. ArivuPro people, from ArivuPro point of view we are talking. Let's say to Akhilesh sir, they paid 1 lakh rupees. They paid 1 lakh rupees. Now Akhilesh sir will not take only 1 lakh. Akhilesh sir will take 1,18,000. Akhilesh sir will take 1,18,000 because he collect GST also. Okay. Now ArivuPro will collect from the students. Now let's say students are paying 5 lakh. ArivuPro won't collect only 5 lakhs. ArivuPro will collect 5 lakh plus 18% GST, which would come to 5,90,000. Now listen, for ArivuPro, whatever the service is given to students, that is outward supply. Output. Outward supply, we call it as output. Whatever the service taken from AK, that is input. Purchases, input. Okay. Now, when they purchased, they already paid around 18,000 rupees to Akhilesh sir. When they purchased, they already paid 18,000 to Akhilesh sir. Correct no? Now this 90,000 is there no? What government says, boss, deposit it to me. ArivuPro people should deposit it to government. Even Akhilesh sir should deposit this 18,000 to government. But actually remember, the GST burden should be borne by final consumer. Here final consumers are students, no? Then how can ArivuPro bear it? So what option given by government to ArivuPro is, you have ITC. What is that? You already paid 18,000 towards GST, no? You do one thing, that you hold from this 90,000, because you already paid 18,000. We know that because in your GST number someone called AK would have already deposited that money. You don't worry, that you hold. Only remaining 72,000 rupees you pay to me. So to Nirmala aunty, how much it will go? 72,000. Sir, lost to government? No sir, no. AK already deposited 18,000, no? Because he didn't keep. He didn't keep. If he keeps, it will be a scam. If it is a scam, Akhilesh sir's membership will go, no? So Akhilesh sir can't keep it. He has to deposit it to government. Understood? Now tell me one thing. To ArivuPro, relating to this purchase transaction, how much is the cost? 1 lakh or 1,18,000? 1 lakh only, not 1,18,000. Why sir? That 18,000 to here they have withheld, no? They have withheld 18,000, no, out of this 90,000. Whatever collected from students, 90,000 is not deposited to government. Full 90,000 is not deposited to government. Because Akhilesh should have already deposited how much? Got it? So only 72,000 they deposited, which means 18,000 they kept. So always remember, ITC if it's available, that means it is not your cost. GST is not your cost. Non-refundable. From students' point of view, is the fees 5 lakh or 5,90,000? Because no one is there to give refund to them. Got it? So always remember, if at all you registered under GST, and ITC is available, then GST is not your cost at all. GST is not your cost at all. If at all you are not registered under GST, then GST what you paid will be your cost. GST what you paid will be your cost. Got it? Now tell me one thing. And remember, your loading, unloading, all those things also will be what? Loading, unloading, everything will be your cost of purchase. Toll, that is whatever we incurred from the place of vendor till it reaches your godown, whatever you incurred, everything will be treated as what? Cost of purchase. Got it? Now, let's say supplier is there. Let's assume supplier is registered supplier, supplier is unregistered supplier. We are registered or we are unregistered. Okay. I mean, I'm telling. Now, if at all we are registered, let's say we bought goods worth rupees 1 lakh. We paid, let's say, 1,05,000 inclusive of GST. Tell me whether 1 lakh will be my cost or 1,05,000 will be my cost. 1 lakh will be my cost. So if at all I have recorded purchase as 1,05,000, what should I do? Reduce 5,000. What should I do? Reduce 5,000. Record it as only 1 lakh. Now, if at all the same 1 lakh goods I bought it at 1,05,000 as a unregistered supplier. Now tell me, will my cost is 1 lakh or 1,05,000? What if I recorded it as 1,05,000 already? What should I do? What should I do? No changes. Ignore it. So always remember, if at all your purchase includes your GST and ITC is available, that means you should reduce that GST because that is not your cost. If at all ITC is not available, it's your cost. Is it already included in your cost? Yes. So is it a correct treatment? What you should do? Ignore. Are you guys able to understand? Now, let's say you are a registered person. You incurred 1 lakh. You incurred 1 lakh and in expenses you have written it as 1 lakh. In expense you have written it as how much? 1 lakh, where the GST add-on is 1,05,000. Tell me one thing, what should I do here? Ignore. Because 1 lakh only is your cost. You have written how much? 1 lakh only. So why you have to reduce or add? Properly you have written. What if you are an unregistered person? 1 lakh you have recorded, 1 lakh rupees goods only, but you paid 5,000 GST. Now what we should do? Add 5,000. Because for you the cost is not 1 lakh. You are an unregistered person. For you the cost is 1,05,000. For you the cost is 1,05,000. Understood? Understood about the treatment of ITC. Also, you guys have idea about RCM and FCM. What is RCM? Reverse charge mechanism. What is FCM? Forward charge mechanism. How it works? Generally, the supplier of the goods should deposit it to government. That is your forward charge mechanism. But there are few transactions where recipient of the supply should deposit it to the government. That mechanism we call it as reverse charge mechanism. For example, now let's say ArivuPro. Okay, ArivuPro. Now let's say ArivuPro has taken service from two people. One is AK, yes, normal consultancy service, yes, for classes, etc. One more is they have taken service from Karthik sir. Okay. Now let's say Karthik sir is CA, but assume for our example, let's assume him as Advocate Karthik. Okay. Advocate Karthik. Now, Karthik sir, whatever the service taken from the advocate, no, generally it will be RCM basis, not FCM basis. Service taken by from AK is normal service, so it is FCM. So how it works? Now let's say ArivuPro should pay to Karthik sir rupees 1 lakh and GST of 18,000. Now what ArivuPro should pay in this case? They should pay 1 lakh rupees to Karthik sir. This 18,000 they only should deposit it to government. This is your RCM, where recipient only should deposit it to government. Whereas in case of AK, ArivuPro should pay 1 lakh plus 18,000. But the thing is, full 18,000, 1,18,000 will be paid to AK, where AK will deposit this 18,000 to government. Okay, ArivuPro is not depositing, AK is depositing. Is that clear? Now tell me one thing. Tell me one thing. Where ArivuPro should treat 18,000 as a cost, under FCM they should treat it as cost, under RCM they should treat it as cost. Where they should treat it as cost? RCM or FCM? FCM, not RCM. Listen, it doesn't matter whether it's FCM or RCM. Are me paying directly to Nirmala aunty or me paying to someone else paying to Nirmala aunty, what difference it makes for me? Understanding? Me going and paying that 18,000 to government. Take boss, this is the money, GST. Or me paying to AK is going and paying to government. Did I pay 1,18,000? In both the places, my 1,18,000 is gone. Then when it will be my cost? Whether it is my cost or not my cost, FCM and RCM has nothing to do. Whether ITC available, ITC not available. In first case, if ITC is available, it's not my cost. In second case, if ITC is not available, ITC is available, it's not my cost. In first case, ITC is not available, it's my cost. In second case, ITC is not available, it's my cost. So it doesn't matter whether it is FCM basis or whether it is RCM basis. Both will be. Got it? So always remember to check whether to be included in the cost or not to be included in the cost. You are not going to check FCM or RCM. You are going to check ITC available, ITC not available. Whether ITC is available or whether ITC is sorted. Clear? Great. Understood, no? So generally, what and all we are going to take here in the cost of purchase price of material, purchase price of material. If at all you have paid any tax, then reduce the tax only if credit available. Otherwise, it's your cost only. Keep it, right? Credit available and if already included in the price. Because if it is already not included in the price, first place, is it your cost? It's not. Is it already added in the cost? It's not. Is the treatment whatever is done already is correct? Correct. Then ignore. If it is not your cost, but it is included in your cost, then you should eliminate. If it's your cost, if it is not added in the cost, then you should add it. If it is not, if it's your cost and already included in the cost, why you want to add it again? Are you guys able to understand? Don't buy her 20 plus, 20 minus and all. Many students will do that. You don't have to do that. All you have to know is, boss, is it my cost? First question. Is it my cost? If the answer is yes, check, is it already included in the purchase price? If the answer is yes, correct treatment. Don't do anything. First answer is yes. Is it your cost? Yes. Is it already included in the purchase price? No. It should be included. No. Add it. Is it your cost? The answer is no. Check whether it's already included in the cost. If the answer is yes, it is included. Is it your cost? So what you should do? Reduce it. Exclude it. However, no sir, it's not our cost. Is it included in the cost? No sir, it's not included. Then why to worry? Whatever you have done is correct. Leave it. Understanding? So don't by heart when to ignore, when to add, when to minus and all. All you have to check is it your cost? Yes or no? Is it already added? Yes or no? Yes, yes, you are going to ignore. No, no, you are going to ignore. Yes, no, yes, no. Yes, no, you are going to add. No, yes, you are going to reduce. Sir. Yes, no only. See, is it your cost? Yes. Is it already included? Yes. Ignore. Is it your cost? No. Is it already included? No. Ignore. Is it your cost? Yes. Is it already included? No. Add. Is it your cost? No. Is it already included? Yes. Reduce. Basically, if it's yes, bring it to yes. If it's no. If it's no, if it's supposed to be no, and if it is already yes, bring it to no. No to yes plus. Yes to no minus. Rather than all these nonsense thing, you know, right? If it's cost, make sure it's there in the cost. If it's not a cost, make sure it's not there in the cost. Simple. Also, we would incur some extra cost like transportation cost, freight, transit insurance, loading and unloading charges, etc. And if at all any discount is available, only if it's a trade discount, reduce it, because the cash discount is not relating to purchase. Cash discount is relating to payment. That means it's a pure financial item, not the cost item. So cash discount you are going to ignore. If it's a trade discount, that should be reduced from the cost. Reduce trade discount. And if at all any container charges are there, add it, but the net amount. What do you mean by that, sir? Let's say container, you are spending 10,000 and it is returnable in nature. What? You are spending 10,000 and you can return your container. When you return, they are going to give you 9,500 rupees. What did I say? Make sure only the cost which you take is non-refundable in nature. In the 10,000, how much is non-refundable? 500. So the cost, how much you should take? only the 500. You are not going to take 10,000. You are not going to take 10,000 also as a cost. You are just going to take 500 because your net cost is just 500. Is that clear? Clear or not clear? So, if at all it is non-returnable, then full 10,000 you take. As it's returnable and you are able to recover 500 for 9,500 rupees, take only 500 rupees as your charges. Is that clear? Yes. This is your direct material consumed. So, guys, what is the cost sheet format? Direct material consumed, direct labor, direct expense, prime cost. Add factory overhead, gross factory cost. Add opening stock of WIP minus closing stock of WIP, factory cost. Add admin overhead related to production, PQRS, primary packing cost, quality control cost, research and development cost, minus scrap recovery from units in production would give you cost of production. Add opening stock of finished goods minus closing stock of finished goods would give us cost of goods sold. Add admin overhead, which is general in nature, selling and distribution overhead. You will get cost of goods sold, cost of sales, sorry. From the sales, if you reduce cost of sales, you will arrive at profit. Got it? Oh. Now, we are going to the next one. What is that? Direct Sir, what are these direct wages? Very simple. Whatever the total cost you incur towards your factory workers directly, direct wages. Whatever the direct employee cost or the employee cost you incur towards your factory workers who are working directly in the production, whatever the cost relating to them, everything will be treated as direct wages. Total cost incurred towards direct factory labors. Total cost incurred towards direct factory labors, we call it as direct wages. The formula for this would be, or not formula actually, what are the items will be there? Let's say your wages to factory workers, any human resource, we call it as what? Labor. So wages to factory labor plus cost of perquisites, if at all anything is given, cost of perquisites plus employer's contribution towards, remember, employers, not employees, employer's contribution towards PF, ESI, etc. What is this employer's contribution, sir? Try to understand. Now let's say PF is Provident Fund, ESI is Employee State Insurance. Now, what is this? Listen everyone. Now let's say ArivuPro is paying me salary of 30,000. Concentrate. ArivuPro is paying me salary of 30,000. Now what government says to ArivuPro, boss, to him you paid 30,000, no? 30,000, so it is his day-to-day expenses, etc. He might not save the money and all, but as an employer, it's your responsibility to secure your employee's future. So do one thing, 12% of whatever your salary, give it as a EPF. Let's say now 12% of this 3,600 ArivuPro should give to government. ArivuPro should give to government. Meanwhile, government also says me, boss, if at all you get full of salary in your hand, no, you will nicely spend it. Toxic movie will go for 600 rupees ticket, rather than waiting for 3-4 days. Straight away will go and watch it at 600 rupees. So better give 3,600 rupees to me. Later you can take it. Later you can take it. Anyone went toxic? Telugu? Which one? Whose? Once we went to that one. What is that? Income tax officer one? Bachchan, is it? No. Ravi Tejas. By looking at the songs, we were done. Me, Dilip sir, Karthik sir went. And Vindhya ma'am. By looking at the song only. That guy is what is his age? Like 56, 60? Actress age was 23, 24. At least Balaya is fine. Oh, so they released on the day when Toxic got released. Today they released, is it? 3 days before. Then fine. Otherwise, I'm just thinking of the daring what they got there as a producer. So Toxic, no one went. Why? No tickets. Because of the class. Otherwise, you would have gone. Shameless people. Priorities. No, first place, whether you guys would have got tickets. Pre-booking only no one was getting. What pre-booking you talk? Yesterday, Akhilesh sir and me were just checking. That first row, second row were available. One seat there, one seat there. And that was showing 600, 700 without convenience charges. So we thought, let's go a bit late. Telegram, yo. Chi. Reviews are not bad. What I saw is reviews are like, movie is good, but the hype given, it's not matching that hype. Whether movie you can't watch it at all, nothing like that. Movie is good, but for that hype it is too much. That any movie it's like that only. Okay, now listen. To government, they asked me to deposit 3,600. Where ArivuPro should deposit 3,600. But imagine like this, how many employees will be there? Government should keep track of how many employees, how difficult it is. Yes or no? That's why what government told you, no, to me was, you don't pay to me directly. Let your employer deduct from your salary and deposit it to me. So now what ArivuPro should do? ArivuPro, out of that 30,000, they will deduct my 3,600 and they will give how much to me? 26,400. To this 3,600, they will add their 3,600. Total 7,200, they will deposit it to government. Now my question is, cost to ArivuPro, is it 30K? Is it 26.4K? Is it 33.6K? Is it 37.2K? 33.6K. Because not 37.2. Because full 7.2 they are not putting from their hand. They are deducting from my salary and they are keeping, no? Hello? So remember that already when you have taken wages as 30K, came back to the real world, madam. How was movie? Which movie it was? Climax. Raya versus Raya. I don't know. That's what the reviewer said. Okay. 30K. I mean, trailer also said the same thing. 30K. Now, in this 30K, part they paid to me, part they paid to... Doesn't matter. They booked wages as 30K na. Yes. Add on to that, again they are spending 3.6K. So, being an employer, my cost is 33.6. When wages I already booked 30K, add on is how much? 3.6K. That's why it is employer's contribution towards PFPSI, not employee's contribution. Because that employee's contribution is part of your wages already. Your wages to factory labor, that is already 30,000. That is already 30,000. Is that clear? Now, going to direct expenses. Listen. Direct expenses. See, there is no particular list for it. Yes, but yeah, we can list some items where they are going to ask from, majority of the time they are asking from that list only. But as a direct expense, you should always remember that direct expenses are those expenses which you can trace it in the final product directly, which are not covered in your DM and DL. Direct expenses are those expenses which are not covered in your direct material and direct wages, but still those are traceable in the final product. Generally, you can say, or you can list few items like this: technical assistance and know-how. Technical assistance and know-how. That is basically, I have some technology. Now you want to use that technology. For that, you are paying me some money. Know-how, technical assistance, where for each and every unit you have to pay me that amount. Like that, the arrangement is there, which you can trace it in the final product. So those things we call it as direct expense. Royalty. Royalty. Again, the camera thing, what I told already. Yes. Basically, for each and every unit you produce, you have to pay some money. So automatically it is traceable in the final product. Of course, it is not covered in material, it's not covered in labor. So automatically we are going to treat it as direct expense. Amortization. Of molds, patents and patents. When you amortize the molds, patent, patents, those things also will be treated as direct expense. What is this mold, patent, patent? To give any product a shape, we need that mold, no? That mold. Raining? Great. Mold though, you know what a drop it is from Chennai to Bangalore. I was in Chennai like till day before yesterday. Yesterday morning I came here and I just got down from the bus and it was like nice chilling, you know, crazy good it was. There when we enter inside room we can feel that. So now you can't use that mold for n number of times. There will be a time period for that. If you do use it for 1 year or if you use it to produce 200 units, then you have to change that mold. Now, can I trace per unit how much? Easily I can trace. Because I know for 200 it is so much, per unit so much. Simple. So that amount, actually it is depreciation, but generally in costing, it is mixed and used. Depreciation and amortization is used interchangeably, the term. Don't get confused with that. Amortization means that it should be for only for intangible assets. No. Here as patent is also there. Rather than writing depreciation for 2 and patent 1, no. Straight away for everything we can write amortization. Patent you know, right? Let's say I have some technology, I have listed it. Now I can't use it for any number of years I want. Let's say I am a manufacturer of medicine. Now I know one patent. I can't use it for 100 years. Let's say they will give time period of 10 years. After 10 years, anyone can use that. But for 10 years, it is exclusively with you. Now, whatever I spent, can I trace it with the production I have done in 10 years? Easily. So, that's why those are treated as direct expenses. Specific software. Specific software. What is this, sir? There will be few projects where you are going to have one software. Once that project is done, then the software is of no use. For example, I am into construction business. Now, for the 3D animations and all, I am using one project, software. Now, in that software, all things are set. It is tracking that particular project and all. After that particular project gets over, can I use that software to other project? No. The 3D animation, the sketch, everything is of that project. No. How can you use it for the other project? So it will become useless. So that can I trace it with the particular project there? So automatically it will become direct expense of that particular project. For example, you might have heard of this invisible tooth aligner. Yes. Now, how it works? Basically, it works on software basis. It works on app basis, software basis. Now that software is aligned to your tooth aligner. Now, anyone else can use the same software? No. Now the tooth aligner invisible, they say no. They might quote like 5 times, 6 times of what normal aligner prices might cost you. The reason is, for them the major expense is that software, and that is not reusable. The software is not reusable. So now once the work is done, will that software be of any use? So all those are direct expense. Your hiring charges of specific equipments, plant and machinery. So whatever the plant and machinery, specific equipments and all we hire, no, now that hiring and all will be done. Now you exactly know how many months you have hired, for what particular project you hired. For example, I am a constructor. Now I have hired a crane. Now that for building the crane, as I have hired that particular crane, yes, now once that building construction gets over, I am going to return it. Now that crane, whatever the cost hiring charges I paid, can I directly say that it's relating to that particular building or no? So automatically it will come under direct expense. Sometimes they might put it under factory overhead also. You don't have to worry about it. Always remember, higher charges of any equipment, plant and machinery straight away put to direct expenses. Your drawing and design cost. Drawings and design cost. Now this drawings and design cost is basically, drawings and design department is different, drawings and design cost is different, guys. Drawings and design department is different, drawings and design cost is different. Now let's say I am a constructor. Now I want sketch for one building. Okay. Now I want sketch for one building. Now I have two choice. Choice number one, hire an engineer as a salaried employee. Wherever I construct, they have to give me design. One more is, let me go to architect. For that particular design, architect should give me design. I have to pay them some money. Now let's say if I go to architect and get the design done for one building. Now for that I paid, let's say 1 lakh rupees. Now that 1 lakh rupees, can I say it's relating to this particular building alone? That 1 lakh rupees, can I say that it is related to this particular building alone? Now, is it a direct expense or indirect expense? Now, instead of this, I hired a group of architects. They are working for me on salaried basis. Now, few months I might ask them to give me 3-4 drawings. Few months I might ask them to give 10 drawings. Will the salary vary? No. Now, is it direct, indirect? Indirect. Their salary is not related to any one project. It's related to many projects. Now, so remember, if at all drawing and design, I am keeping it as a department alone, like completely department, then it will be overhead, indirect expense, overhead. But instead, if at all I am keeping it as the hiring basis, like consultation basis, freelancing basis, those costs will come under direct expenses. Is that clear? Done. Next, your power, fuel, steam, etc. To run your machine and all, you need power, fuel, steam, etc. No, all those things also you can treat it as direct expense. Few questions they might treat it as factory overhead. You don't have to do that. You normally stick to direct expense. Okay. Sir, do you know exactly how many hours of machine you need to produce something? let's say to produce one mobile, you need 1 minute of this particular machine. Do you know that machine needs how much power for 1 minute? Now, can I directly charge that 1 minute electricity to that mobile or no? Can I trace it or no? Easily I can trace it. Always remember, electricity is different, power is different. I mean, technically yes, correct, same. But in costing, try to understand. Power means we are talking about that electricity what we use to run the machine. Power means we are talking about the electricity what we are going to use to run the machine. Whereas electricity means we are talking about light, AC, heat, all those things. That you can't trace. Lighting charges, electricity, AC charges, heat charges, all those things you can't trace. Whatever the electricity consumed to run the machine, that you can trace. Got it? So, always remember, power is different, this is different. And if at all, you are getting work done from someone else, that will also come under your direct expense. And if you use any special material, special frame, etc. to this particular product altogether, then that will also be treated as direct expense. That job worker, for example, let's say now I am a builder. Now I want to fix the lift. Now, is building a building and fixing the lift, is it having any synergy there? I mean, is it having any common factor there? To maximum extent, is it there? No. I am the person who deals with brick, cement, all those things. That guy is dealing in nut bolt. Correct? No? That means, so better rather than taking that also on my head, can I outsource it? Can I ask someone else to fix it? Now for my building, they have fixed it. Let's say they charge me 20 lakh rupees. Now can I say that that particular 20 lakh rupees is directly related to this particular building? Simple. That will be my job worker charges. Or let's say windows, doors and all. I don't want to keep carpenters. I will outsource it to carpenters group. Let them do and give. For them I will pay. Later I will recover from my customer. Now all those things comes under job worker. Okay. Now, guys, you know this Niba Nibi? You don't know Niba Nibi? You know Niba Nibi. Awesome. Need not be from north. Here also we have, no? That guy, what is his name? Amuku Dumuku. That Kirti, somewhat Kirti she is. Kipi Kirti. All those people are there, no? Now listen. Listen. In your friend list also, someone will be there. Listen. Let's say that Niba Nibi fights. What will be the first thing they will be doing? Story. They will put Instagram story or WhatsApp story. WhatsApp story they will put. Yes. Lion, tiger, brave, cheaters, don't trust anyone, all those nonsense things they will do. Correct? Followed by They will just put story and leave in WhatsApp. They remove DP. See, she has friends. She has a lot of friends who will do that. So, what they do is, they will remove their DP. They will trash their DP. They will trash their DP. Let's assume your friend's name is JS. What's your friend name? JS. What did JS did? They trashed their DP. So you can say it as T for technical assistance and know-how. R for royalty. A for amortization of molds, pattern, patent. S for specific software. H for hiring charges of specific equipment, plant and machinery. D for drawing and design cost, not department cost. P for power, fuel, steam, etc. J for job worker charges. S for special frame or material. Got it? That will give you direct expense. You're going to college? Finished. Which college? MES. Guys, don't go to MES college. You will find all these kind of friends. So how many friends you got like this? Dhanush. Who is Dhanush? Oh, you are also from MES. How many times you removed your DP? How many times you have removed your DP? No, I haven't removed. So guys, direct material consumed, direct wages, direct expense, prime cost, add factory overhead, gross factory cost, add opening stock of WIP minus closing stock of WIP, gross factory cost, add admin overhead related to production, primary packing cost, quality control cost, research and development cost, minus scrap recovery from units in production would give us cost of production. Add opening stock of finished goods minus closing stock of finished goods would give us cost of goods sold. Add admin overhead, general in nature, selling and distribution overhead, that will give you cost of sales. Add profit sales. Got it? So direct expense guys, trash DP, J, yes, T for technical assistance and know-how, R for royalty, A for amortization of molds, pattern, patent, S for specific software, H for higher charges of specific equipments and plant and machinery, D for design and drawing cost, P for power, fuel, steam, etc. J for job worker charges, S for special frame or material. Is that clear? We'll do one thing. We'll mark attendance and we'll go to factory mode. And be a good friend and don't mark your friend's attendance. Let them attend and let them mark their attendance. Let's see who will be the first person to mark. Sonu. Who is Sonu? Online. Risha. Online. Crazy. Class is of 100. Present 58. Let's see. Sir, management accounting when? Soon. Anyone still marking? Anyone? Still marking, still marking? No one? Done. So, shall we go to factory overhead now? Hello? Factory overhead? Factory overheads. Listen, all the indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expense relating to the factory, everything we call it as factory overhead. What is it? What is it? What is it? Indirect material, indirect wages, indirect expense relating to factory. That is what is going to happen inside the factory. All those things we call it as what? Factory overhead. Okay. For this also there is no particular list as such, but based on the questions they have asked so far, based on the questions they have given, examination question, etc., we can list a bit. Okay. What are those, sir? One is your amortization. amortization of your jigs, fixtures, tooling, etc. So whatever will be there, no, inside the machinery, jigs, fixtures and all, those are the parts in the machinery. Now, sometimes it will be there for 1,000 units, sometime in 800 units only it breaks down. So those things you can't trace directly, right? All those spare parts and all in simple, whatever will be there, no, in machinery, those things are called as your jigs and fixtures. Sir, I'm not able to mark my attendance. Can you show me the attendance at last again? Help at ArivuPro with your API. No, I won't be showing it again. Yeah, help at ArivuPro. Thank you. Now, whoever went for picnic and all, settle down fast. Amortization of jigs, fixture, tooling, etc. Your depreciation of plant and machinery, factory building, etc. Because depreciation is what? Always indirect in nature. Can you say it as direct? Just because you are not using machinery, will there be no depreciation? Of course, there will be depreciation, right? So, depreciation of your plant and machinery, factory building, etc. And your insurance, insurance of plant and machinery, factory building, stock of raw material, WIP, etc. Listen, guys. Hey, listen. Insurance on stock of raw material, WIP, will be treated as factory overhead because it will be there in the godown which will be there in the factory, but not the finished goods. Because finished goods is after production. Finished goods will be there in the warehouse. If you are storing the finished goods, it's not your production overhead. It is your selling and distribution overhead. So please keep in mind, if at all they give insurance on storage of raw material, WIP, finished goods, raw material will go to factory overhead. WIP will go to factory overhead. But finished goods is a warehouse item. It will go to selling and distribution overhead. And your indirect employee cost. Indirect employee cost related to production. Your all indirect employee cost, but which are, what is FB, factory building? Your all indirect employee cost will be treated as overhead. In that, whichever is relating to the factory, no, those are treated as factory overhead. For example, your indirect workers working on production, your supervisor, foreman, all those people will be there. No, all those things will be treated as factory overhead. Your stores and spares, in simple you can call it as consumables. You can call it as consumables. Also guys, your power, fuel, steam, etc. is there now. Those things also we can call it as utilities. We can call it as what? Utilities. drawing and design department cost. As I already explained, drawing and design department cost. Your service department cost, including pollution control, etc. For the time being, you write down this point, service department cost including pollution control, etc. More about it we are going to learn in overheads chapter. Okay, why the service department cost should be added to production department, all those things we'll be studying in overheads chapter. You don't have to worry about it now. Done. Next is your lease rentals. Lease rentals of plant and machinery, factory building, etc. As well as repairs and maintenance of plant and machinery, factory building, etc. All these things we are going to treat it as what? Factory overhead. Got it? Listen, how many of you are there in Instagram? Hey, what question you are asking, sir? You just asked how many accounts we have in Instagram. What do you mean by how many of you are there in Instagram? Correct, no? One public account, one private account, one more private account, one more fake account. 4 accounts we have. Listen, in Instagram, you would have noticed this trend. Not trend basically. This kind of interview where a group of people will be standing. An interviewer will go and will ask, according to you, what is that guy's name? Who is a red flag? Yes? And people would say different name. In that majorly we come across one name. What is that? One is Karthik. What else? Dhanush, rare. One more major name. Rahul, yes. Other than Rahul. One more. Sorry? Girl Priyana. He wanted to tell that name. Yeah, sir. I can understand you. That's okay. Leave. Whoever went, let her go. Leave. Priya, if Priya goes, Preeti will come. Don't worry. He's happy now. I told Priya's name. Priya. Guy's name. Generally, one major name will come. Common name. Sorry? Madam is Adi. So Adi is one more major name. Majority of the people will say. Correct? No? And I don't know. So now let's say Adi is a red flag because Adi is having DSLR. Chuma. You know, back in days, the guys with DSLR had a lot of scope. Now, though, because of iPhone, now it's iPhone. So now let's say Adi is red flag. Why is red flag? He is having DSLR. So we can write it as Adi is having you leave DSLR. A for Ayo devre not Adi. Amortization of jigs, fixtures, tooling, etc. D for depreciation of plant and machinery, factory building, etc. I for insurance of plant and machinery, factory building, stock of raw material, WIP, etc. One more I for indirect labor related to production, related to factory. S for stores and spares. D for drawing and design department cost. S for service department including pollution control. L for lease rentals of plant and machinery, factory building, etc. R for repairs and maintenance of plant and machinery, factory building, etc. Got it? So Adi is DSLR. A for amortization of jigs, fixture, tooling, etc. D for depreciation of plant and machinery, factory building, etc. I for insurance of plant and machinery, factory building, stock of raw material, stock of WIP, etc. One more I for indirect employee cost related to production. S for stores and spares, also known as consumables. D for drawing and design department cost. S for service department cost including pollution control, etc. L for lease rentals of plant and machinery, factory building, etc. R for repairs and maintenance of factory building, plant and machinery, factory building, etc. Got it? Oh. Direct expense, trash, DP, JS. T for technical assistance and know-how. R for royalty. A for amortization of molds, pattern, patents, etc. S for specific software. H for higher charges of specific equipment. D for design and drawing cost. P for power, fuel, steam, etc. J for job worker charges. S for special frame material, etc. Huh? Got it? This would give us gross factory cost. To the gross factory cost, we have to add opening WIP because that is completed during the period. Reduce the closing WIP because that is not completed during the period. That would give us works cost. Correct? To the works cost, we have to add admin overhead. Which admin overhead? Admin overhead related to production. So guys, admin overhead we can divide it into two. Administration overhead we can divide it into two. Which are those, sir? One is related to production. Related to production and general. Related to production, where do we take it? Hello? Considered under cost of production. Whereas if it is general in nature, it is considered under considered under cost of sale. And what if nothing is mentioned, whether it is related to production or not related to production? Then what we should do? When it is not given anything, we should treat it as general law. Production law, general law, both split and put, or just put the toss, heads, tails. Go ahead. General or production? Guys, listen. When nothing is given, we should treat it as related to production. Here, actually, CA Institute and CMA Institute has two different opinions. In CA Institute, if the question is silent about whether it is general or related to production, treat it as general. In CMA Institute, if the question is silent about if it is general or related to production, then treat it as related to production. So, if any hint is given that it is not related to production, if any hint is given that it is not related to production, then only consider it as general in nature, then only consider it as general in nature. In all other cases, consider it as related to production. In all other cases, consider it as related to production. Got it? After this, what is there? PQRS, all you have to remember. P for primary packing cost, Q for quality control, R for S for done. So, what shall we do? Shall we see packing cost and we'll wind up, or we'll wind up and tomorrow we'll see packing cost? Tomorrow we'll see next concept where packing cost will be done today. You want me to do packing cost today only, no? Today only. Tomorrow. So today class, enough. Done. Ashte. Crazy. Write down. Packing cost. Guys, packing, we can divide it into two. Primary packing cost, smart. Primary packing cost and secondary packing cost. Primary packing cost and secondary packing cost. Now listen, primary packing cost means whatever the cost of packaging we incur to maintain the quality of the output. Incur to maintain the quality of the output. Incur to maintain the quality of the output. Whereas secondary packing cost is for the purpose of marketing. For the purpose of marketing or for the purpose of distribution. For the purpose of marketing or for the purpose of distribution. If it is for the primary in nature, then consider it under COP. Considered under COP. If at all it is secondary packing, then considered under cost of sales as selling and distribution overhead. What is this primary and secondary, sir? A, perfume. In what they will give? Packet up. Bottle, right? Now, without that bottle, can you preserve perfume? Primary packing. Do they give only bottle? Outside on box will be there. Why that box is there? To keep it on the shelf, to market it. Now, that will be your secondary packing, where the primary packing is that bottle. Toothpaste. In what they will give toothpaste? Tube. Without the tube, can you preserve the toothpaste? That is primary packing. Will they give only the tube? They will give box also. Now that box will be secondary. Soap. Let's say Dove soap. Oh my God. Oh, this side it's off. This side it's. Now, after 4 weeks. Now, that will have one white box outside and one more white cover inside. Yes, if you open that, you will find the soap. Now, that white cover, without that, will the quality of the Dove soap be normal? Soap only will become soft, no? Yes. So, that is primary packing. But, to cover that again, one more box will put. No, that is for the marketing purpose. Secondary. You know how these biscuits and all will come? Biscuits, one pack will be there, no? Now that is primary. Without that, you can't preserve the quality of biscuit. But to retailers also, they will give like that one pack. They will bring it in a big cartons, big box. Now, that big box is there for what? Marketing. That brown color box for marketing. That is to help in distribution. They can't carry one pack like this. Rather, they will carry one box, throw it. Whether the retailer want, don't want, sir, you keep it in stock, sir. You see it goes like this. Now, that is for the distribution purpose. So, whenever it is incurred for the purpose of distribution or marketing, it is secondary in nature. If at all it is incurred for the purpose of maintaining, preserving the quality of the product. That thing we call it as primary. Got it? So that is the difference between your primary and secondary. And primary packing, you are going to charge it to cost of production. Secondary packing, you are going to book it under cost of sales as selling and distribution overhead. Got it? So whatever done today, revise and come. Tomorrow we are going to see remaining things and we are going to complete cost sheet chapter. Our materials will be shared. Okay.